Hey, everybody. Welcome back to another episode of Sundazed and Confused with Smart Poker, Crispy Wannabe, Crack Babies DWC, and our other co-host, Puffy D, is absent today. He's having a little bit of technical difficulty, so we look forward to having him back next week. Let's see here.
Probably going to be in chat, but he won't be on the live.
True. Thank you, Puffy. Or I'm sorry, Crack Babies. And I guess it's worth mentioning that Crack Babies is going to be trimming. So if you're hearing this from the beginning, make sure you let me know if you want to ask him.
I hear those scissors going.
You're going to hear a lot of that.
Already hard at work.
Oh yeah. I've been at it since 6 a.m. this morning. There, right after I got off with Eagle there, I went chopped everything up. I had 5 minutes there before the lights came on. They came on right as I was chopping the last branch. Here, it's like, yes, perfect.
Let's see here. We'll get through. Let's see if I can find the damn
What are you looking for?
I'm trying to find the to be able to
the link.
The link.
You want to put the link up so people can.
Well, you want me to put it up?
Yeah, can you put the link up for us? I'm on my phone today, man. I'm having.
I have it copied. I just used it there, so
perfect.
It's handy.
That would be awesome.
Stream here.
I'll go ahead and put it for you, buddy. Other than that, I'm ready to go. You know what? Today's really is a Sundazed and Confused because yesterday we made coconut oil. We infused some coconut oil yesterday, so we decided. We decided to try it out last night. So we both took a nice. We use what we call them. I call it a dropper full. It's like an eyedropper, you know. So we hit a whole eyedropper a piece last night, and I tell you what, I felt really good. I slept well. So early this morning on Eagle's show, I'm thinking, man, I ought to hit me another one of those, and it'll kind of relax me, get me some rest here between two shows. Well, man, I took it, and sure enough, I'm feeling high as hell, man. I'm all dazed and confused for real.
We really are confused a little bit.
Right on.
We have
Helly Doc, Jared. Got a few people in chat there.
Good morning.
A.W. Dist. We got Thunder Dan. Cheers, brother. Paula Brothwell, the light winner. All right.
Yeah, that's
nice
awesome.
To see everybody. Wicker.
Yeah,
wakey.
W. Digger.
Wakey bakey.
How you doing, Helly? Nice to see you.
Doing all right. Just ended my night.
Right on.
All right.
Yeah, I guess you were on all night there. You check out I saw you in chat there for the Uncle Rick show there, so you must have
Yeah, I was there.
You're pulling an all-nighter there, are you?
Well, my lights are on from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m., so that's when I'm up watering the ladies.
Oh, yeah. Cool.
Yeah. Hey, that's a good time to catch a bunch of decent shows, man.
Yeah, it is, actually. I mean, I'm catching usually a show or two from Eagles and a few other shows here and there. I mean, anytime you guys send a link out or whatever, we share the links and everybody gets to see everybody's shows and talk. And
yep, I think that's awesome that we're able to share each other. There's not that come to my show, don't go to their show kind of thing. And
no. I mean, it's like a shopping cart of information you get from everybody. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, and that's one thing I wanted to kind of mention, because I know that because we got Caribou Heart going right now there.
Yeah,
it'd be nice if we didn't overlap. So I was thinking maybe we should move the show a bit higher, like around 12 to 4.
We can do that.
Think of that.
I think I'm all about that.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier today.
I think that'd be a good thing, because then we could potentially have a little more, West Coast and inclusion there. They'll be able to wake up and actually make the show. And Doc might even come on more often too.
Right. But Hemp with Gigi has a show, and I don't want to step on their toes either. So
there are 4. There are 4. Yeah, it's perfect. You know what I mean?
That would work perfect.
That would be perfect, man. We should do that. I'll make up.
That way we don't step on Caribou. We can all join into Caribou, watch that show, and then boom, as soon as they're done, we come and see us.
And everybody gets to sleep in on Sunday if they want to a little bit.
Yeah.
There's always a bit of duty to do in the morning, so that'll give might not give a break there. I think sometimes they go 3 hours of it.
Yeah,
if
well,
just do 2, we're good,
At least we won't be overlapping them as much, and then when people leave, they'll always have somewhere to come and hang out with us until the next show or whatever.
So it's like a full day, you know what I mean? You can
Sure.
just do all shows all day if you want there, basically one
Sure.
after the other, which would be great, because I really don't want to step on that show, and I kind of want to check it. I was watching it before I joined in.
Yeah, that's our main. If you remember, our main goal was to like try to find a slot where nobody was at, and we could get in. We figured like Sunday mornings at the time was pretty open. Now I can't remember. I don't know how long Caribou Heart's been running that time slot, but
I don't know. I think it's fairly new, but I know that we didn't really consider that at first. It was just more like it's because we were actually just in CFC chat, and it's like, well, why don't we just do it, live instead of in chat? And so that it was more a convenience thing. But then,
up out of
and
control.
it was at 6 a.m. at that point, so it's like, oh, that's too early,
Yeah.
Anybody West Coast, it's like 3 a.m. Never forget that. So we moved it to 10, but now, with the overlap, maybe we can move it over to 12. But I don't know. It's up to you.
That's a good idea. I like it.
We'll have to see if Puffy's cool with that. I think.
Okay, see you at 12. Bye. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, we can definitely start doing that. Maybe for next week. Unless Puffy has reason that he can't. I don't want to exclude him from the decision making. But
no, exactly. It's just something to think about. We can ponder it and maybe decide that next week or something.
I think Puffy's out there listening. So if he's listening, he can chime in whenever, and we can set that up. Maybe we'll start next week. So if anybody's listening now, then they can kind of keep that in mind that next week it might be noon. Maybe
we might move it up there just so we can all catch Caribou too. And I don't want to step on nobody's toes, and at the same time, I want to see the show.
I also don't want my friends to think like, damn, I'm going to have to stop into Smart Poker so he doesn't feel slighted, but I really want to be over here because of this. You know what I mean? I don't want to be that dude. You go where.
Yeah, I don't want it to be a choice, I want both to be available.
Yeah.
So I think that'd be a lot better for everybody, and I think everyone in chat would appreciate it too. I think.
I want to shout out to last week's winner, Paula Bothwell, in the chat there. I know they got their light and was very, very happy. They was able to send a picture. They won it on Sunday and got it on Wednesday. Afternoon. Yeah. So
that's awesome that the postal system worked out like that. It's always in your favor.
Very good.
Yeah.
Can't complain about that.
All right, let's see the med. Oh yeah, okay. So I guess
the med shed says they need a 3x3 tent now to put that in.
I guess it should mention.
Gotta start somewhere. You got the light. That's the most important part, man.
I got my first SP 6500 before I got the 8x4. I had that thing stuffed in the 5x5 originally. And yeah.
Nice light.
Light, huh?
I'm sorry, what?
What light did you say it was?
That was the FCE 6500.
Oh shit! Yeah, that's a big light.
Yeah, that's a big one. Yeah. Okay.
I thought you said the FC 65.
I might have said SP. Shit, I don't know. I'm half tired and half stoned this morning. So.
Because they make a 650 watt bar. Like they have the SP 3000. Is that what it is?
Yeah, I've got two of those in the 5x5 right now.
And then they make that SP 6500. That's like it's a beast of it. I think it's more for
600 watt.
That thing's more light than a home grower is going to use. You know what I mean?
It's just hard to get the height, man. Even if it's at the top of your tent, you know what I mean. You're still going to have, if your canopy gets any kind of height on it, you're going to grow right into hot spots. I remember when Doc was testing that light, and I kept thinking to myself, like, who the fuck's going to be able to use this in a tent? Like, this is more put it in a 10-foot ceiling in a big warehouse. Is the way I saw it. But when you said that, I was thinking, damn, he's going. But yeah, that's still a nice light. I like how they changed a lot of stuff with that FCE, like the movable bars, and they clustered the diodes at the end of the bars to kind of help get the edges up. So far, everybody I know has loved that light and feel that they made a great purchase. I'm sure you probably do too, huh?
Oh, absolutely. Well, you saw the pictures on CFC today that I posted of the plants that I got growing in the 8x4, and I got two of those in there. So
yeah, they look very happy.
Oh, they are.
great light. Even the SP, I mean, it's a little old school now there, but man, that's a great light.
There's a guy on here, Miko Bushlove says, "Hey, Small, to grow is hiring down the street. You should apply. This company is changing the PA medical market." And that's awesome. Thank you for the heads up, Miko. I've been hearing a lot about job openings around here as well as in Cleveland and stuff. I actually have somebody hopefully looking into something for me in Cleveland. But yeah, that's
What is that? Is it gone legal?
well, what they did in Cleveland was, real quick, I just want to say that the disembodied voice is Helidoc. For some reasons, they're asking in chat. It doesn't show. It won't show him without his camera being on. But
put it on speaker view. That way, every person that talks will show up regardless of video.
We can do that.
That you sound like our friend, the American one, and you kind of do.
He does sound like.
Oh, really? Okay, so I've got a doppelganger out there, huh?
They thought you was Tao. They.
Yeah. No, Tao's got a much more New York accent, man. You can tell right away there. Like,
all right.
Yeah, Tao's very New York.
So what they did in Ohio was it's a medical market in Ohio, the same for Pennsylvania. But in Ohio, what they did was they recently doubled the allotted. They're going to double the allotted canopy space for what these people are allowed to grow. So if you had a 8,000 foot facility, bam, you're now allowed 16. So they need to double everything.
Nice.
And so now I guess there's been an influx of growers. So a friend of mine is doing an evaluation as far as like setting them up for their lights, their runoff, their AC. He's figuring everything out. Pretty much it's the one company is just a big building sitting there. And so they also asked him, do you know anybody local that might be willing to take a job as a grower here using your system? And that system happens to end up being cocoa, like kind of like we run. So yeah, I told him, throw my name in the hat. I'll see what happens. So it's kind of exciting, but I didn't know that there was someone around here actually hiring.
Yeah, local would be a lot better.
Cleveland's about 3.5 hours away, so that's something I could swing. There's a job openings in Oklahoma, but I'd have to move, and those jobs are for anybody. I mean, it's down there if you just go there, but it's scary. I'm scared. That's the thing. I ain't gonna lie. I'm scared to pick up and move. I'm scared to upset my whole life and fail. And but the other hand, I don't want it to be one of those situations in life where you look back and think, man, I wish I'd have grabbed on with that with both hands and just went full force because I feel like I made a mistake. And I've had those in my past, and I don't want this to be one of them,
The only thing that would worry me about that is the market itself. You know how they're saying there's a big surplus and everything's going to be dirt cheap.
Yeah.
As a business, it's like, oh shit, that scared the shit out of me there. It's like you're gonna get no overhead there. You're not going to make no money. And if that's the case, then probably not a good idea.
The business in Oklahoma, the guy down there is actually expanding, and you guys know him, Drew. It's not a secret. He's mentioned it many times in CFC chat, but he's actually expanding to his second business. So he's already established.
Oh, he's already in place. Yeah, okay, that's way better because now he's got his clients. Yeah.
I was thinking it would be a lot different if somebody just said, "Hey, I got this money. I'm starting a company. You want to come in with me?" That'd be
new there. Yeah.
Set up. He's already running. He's got a market. He's got a business, a place. He just needs help controlling all of the space. So they're asking, are we allowed to grow in PA? No, we're not allowed to grow here. We're definitely breaking the law. That's why I don't show my face. Me and my wife. Smokelahoma. That's right.
Yeah.
Baby. But
it sucks. We're breaking the law, but hopefully soon.
And then I often wonder about this, man. And I think a lot of people would share in this. Just because I've been able to grow, 8 or 10 plants here in a couple of tents, does that really qualify me for what they might ask in such a large establishment? You know what I mean? Will I be able to do it there? Will I be able to scale up what I do here on a large scale and be successful at it? I don't know. And there's times where I run into problems and I really don't know the answer and shit. So, my confidence isn't what it should be, I feel, to take on such a big role. And I don't know why that is.
See, I think you won't be, because you know how it is, like at home, you're everything. You're the environment, you're the IPM, but there, you're just going to be the grower. You won't have to deal with all the heat issues and all the ventilation and the RH. They're already going to have that all ironed out.
And I wouldn't have
so
to
it's
come
really
in.
your experience with the plant, I think, that they're looking for, because they know you're not growing in a greenhouse, so that wouldn't be a strong suit for you.
Right.
But the
And he
plant
does
is.
have, it is a lit room. It's the same deal. It's just on a large scale, you know. If they're taking clones, he just hired a guy that takes clones. I guess they're taking shit tons of clones, man. So I mean, the business, it sounds exciting and everything, but man, I just bought a house and started a business here a year ago, and you know, whatever. I guess I don't want this show to be all about that. But yeah, I think it's worth taking a couple minutes to go over that, because I am scared. I'd love to do it, man. Nothing better. I'd love to get in my car right now, drive to Oklahoma, get into a hotel room and start working there and just love it, man. You know, but I'm afraid it's not going to be that. I'm afraid it could drive a wedge between me and my wife. We just got married, you know, I'd be there. She would be here. There's a lot of things involved in this, you know.
Hashtag I'm not leaving to go to Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I mean. I would only do it if you'd move there, like a permanent thing, but just going there temporarily, that doesn't really make sense. Unless it's super paying, like, you know what I mean?
But Smart would be perfect at doing that. Who wouldn't be happy being surrounded by the cannabis plant all day, watching it develop and grow, and being surrounded by so many of them? You would be in a good mood every single day at work. It would be like not work at all.
And you'd have other like-minded individuals around you, you know.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's the perfect environment to work in anywhere, you know?
Yes, I agree.
But you know, there's other things involved there. If life was that easy, but you know, I mean, I guess it is what it is. But I'll say this: I haven't shut the door on it, but I don't see me picking up my shit and moving next week. I can tell you that. You know, I would much rather wait for it to become legal here and try to do something here in my own state and start something. But that may not be possible, or you know, who knows what's going to happen, man.
Yeah,
Who knows?
Predict the future.
Yeah, you can't predict the future.
Right. I'd be willing to fly down to meet Smart ever, you know. It wouldn't have to be like that. I mean, there's options that we can talk about, but I love my hometown. I got a lot of roots here and a lot of people that I love here. So that's really hard. I've left home and moved away already in my life, and
yeah, she's lived in California.
I'm glad I got to live, you know, far away from home and experience that. And now I just don't want to.
Yeah. No, there's something about home, right?
So I don't like to close any doors.
I will say this, Dan. He says, happy wife, happy life. Plastering is a dying art, bro. It is a dying art, but I got to say, I don't enjoy what I do, man. It's simply a means to fund my lifestyle. And that's one reason why I started a business, to try and get it to where I don't have to do it as much. It's killing my body after 20 some years. I just don't appreciate it like I once did. And I know that's probably time to move on when you don't get much joy. One time I used to plaster a room, turn around, look back and get a real sense of joy and felt like an artist. Now it's people just want to, how cheap can they get you? There's no pride in it. It's totally different now. And I'm not an old dude. This happened in 20 years, you know? So, I don't know. I'd like to change it and maybe not do that. You know, they say, I don't know, you only get one ride on the rock, right? I don't want to fucking spend my life thinking, what if I'd have just went for that chance back then? So I'm definitely weighing it out. And
sanding ceilings is no fun, man. Trust me.
But to play devil's advocate on that statement, buddy, you want to get to the end of the life sliding in and saying, what a fucking ride.
Yes, I do.
So, I mean, I have found, and hell, I had to go 40 years before I could grow this plant again. And I found that was 40 years entirely too long. Yeah. I mean, ever since I've started growing, the stress level has gone down. My freaking cancer is in remission. I mean, there's a lot that you can pile on that. So it's what's true to your heart and what works for you and your family. You know, I mean, that's where you got to go.
Hit the mic with my nugs.
That's pretty good. Yeah. I always appreciate what you have to say, Helly Doc. Not more than anyone else, but always perk up and listen, because you see you have a lot of life experience, and it seems like everything you say seems to be so sound and very sage advice from a person who's done a lot of living and been around. So yeah, I appreciate that advice, man. That's
Wise words.
It's tough. It's tough to make. I got enough regrets already for 2 lifetimes, man, in 42.
Right.
You know, so I don't want to be regretting not doing it, and I don't want to regret doing it and be like, damn, why you had a nice thing going, you fucked it all up, you know, and now here you are in trouble or whatever with financially. So it's whatever. But anyhow, you know, I see a lot of comments here. Did you want to?
Oh, no.
Go ahead.
I'd like to, you know, get a cool looking little Winnebago, get a little grow space in that and travel the country with slot and get to grow in every state. That would be fun.
That would be awesome. That would be awesome.
And I definitely would want to swing by Oklahoma. I'm not against, you know, going any one place, but yeah, let's hit all the continental anyway, huh?
Rock had a good idea there. Mobile extractions.
Oh,
You roll up to farms and you process their stuff, and okay, have a nice day. Yeah,
that's cool.
That'd be really cool.
So not to change the subject, but to change the subject, how are you guys' clones doing that you cut the other day? They doing all right?
Well, we can
They look bad, man.
They do look bad.
They look real bad. I don't have my mask handy. You want to take care of it?
Yeah, I'll get them out.
Just to kind of, we're talking about growing, you know.
No, I wanted to mention real quick while she's doing that is let me go ahead and put the spot into oops, I got myself off there. I wanted to mention to Maiko Mushlove, you know, I would be interested in that company in PA here. If there's any way you could message me on Instagram or somewhere and get me some information, I would definitely be interested in putting in or looking into that further, especially somewhere close here. And I think I know what place you're talking about, and I know exactly where they're at in comparison to where I live. So yeah, shoot me that info, and then we'll get back to some more of these. I see some people in chat mentioning things about Oklahoma and a few other things. We'll get back to that in a minute here. Let me.
I don't know if you can see in there, but there's like a little bit. I see like nubs in there, but
hold on one second,
she
babe.
looks pretty bad.
I am going to. I'm going to spotlight video for us if I can.
Some of them don't look bad. But,
oh, that one looks real rough.
This one looks so rough. Yeah.
Shit, I'm getting all caught up.
Oh man.
Huh. Look how cooked it is.
Dude.
Oh,
Looks bad. We might have failed on these ones. I don't see nothing yet. I see maybe a couple little nubs starting, but damn, man, we'll see. It might make it. There's a little green on there. I'm not giving up hope yet.
How long's it been now?
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Took these. Yeah, it's been 14 days. I just started.
Has a little bit of green on it, but not
green.
really. I
Not
mean,
much.
it looks sad.
Took mine a month.
It looks like a slime on those ones. Yeah, those ones are done for. You see, there's like a slime.
I do see.
You see that, guys?
It's the light, guys. The light is making everything grow.
Yep.
There's like to be slime. Pitch black. Like pitch black.
Dude, that's pretty cool. It's like a bubbly, nasty slime on there. I can't wait to get back to chat. They're probably flipping out like, you freaking idiots. That's not how you do it.
They're all gone.
We understand that this is a shot in the dark, and you know, we might not get them all. We understand that. We are going to buy a cloner. We're going to get more professional at it. These are ones we just clipped and dropped in the water.
Jammed them right in the water. We're gonna see. And there's a lot of light in there, so
we're just messing around. Yeah,
not gonna.
Hey, those ones we plugged into the cocoa there in the middle, those two don't look bad. I mean, they're not great, but they're a little bit better off than the ones that we did at the same time that are in water. So maybe they'll
probably have a better chance just because the roots are hidden there. They're in the dark. Yeah.
So we really
that and moisture. How damp is it in that little cubby there?
It gets up to about 80.
That's good.
It was like 83 earlier when I looked in. But it was only 72 degrees.
Were you misting them or just letting the
I haven't misted them. No, we've just been being straight lazy. We've been just letting them to their own devices, and
that's probably better. As Mountain Dan or Thunder Dan mentioned there, that they potentially would feed on that instead of building roots.
And then, hey, you guys want to see? One thing I do is we like to share it when I do a total screw up. So you see this plant, how it's all fried here on the tips. This happened right after we topped the son of a bitch.
That leaf's died.
That leaf's cooked. Smart poker went ahead and put that fan over there a little too close, and it just curled those two leaves right up. These ones here actually didn't get anything, and then these ones here, you can see when we potted up, they showed a little bit of CalMag deficiency. And so now I ended up with these ones with a little deficiency. This one got real bad right up next to the fan, and it totally it's like crunchy, but the new growth's looking good. So we're going to have to rely on that to, bring them back, but definitely a mistake there. This one's doing really good under there.
Should count them nodes. We might be able to top that.
That one there's about ready to top. Yeah, I might be able to top that one live, but oh shit, old man knees. But yeah, that's what's going on with the clones. It is what it is, I guess. Hopefully some of them will make it. We've been keeping them covered, and that one with the slime in there, that's crazy because we have H2O2 in that water. So I guess
really?
Enough, huh?
Really?
Yeah, Thunderdan was mentioning about the light too, that it might be too strong still.
I know, even with the thing over it, but you know what, dude, it's got to be like under 100 micromoles under there. They were only at 2 something without the covering.
Oh, well, that's not too bad.
That's what I was thinking, but we have hey, you want to, since you got your mask on, I think you should show them that light that we're going to set up underneath over there. We're going to set this.
Do that? Yeah, I'll take care of this later.
We'll set up that light, and anyhow, that's what we're going to do. We have a small little light we're going to set up underneath of our mixing station over there and create a little, we're going to put this dome over there and set up our next, this one here will be ready to go to 12/12 soon, so we're going to have to get them clones out of there.
Right.
All right, let me go. You got let me take it. I'll take this off here real quick, guys, and then we can kind of go on to something else. But we have this light that we want over at Cocoa for Cannabis, and it's pretty small. I mean, you could see my hand that it's not a very huge light, so and it's only 100 watts. It's dimmable. It goes, I know it goes 160 and 40% because I've seen dimming numbers. So I'm guessing it goes 20, 40, 60, 80, 100 or whatever. But
right here.
Yes. Anyhow, we'll have that set up for our clones, and it's pretty it's a pretty. I like the light because we can dim 100 watts down to 20 or 40%. You're damn near less than a light bulb in the ceiling,
Well, especially if it's just for clones, or you know what I mean. You don't need this big light.
It's just for clones.
Maybe light.
Keep a mother alive if we get one over there, and just keep her short underneath of that, and
smaller footprint.
That's the plan. So
yeah, we'll see how
nice little veg light.
Yeah, we're gonna I'm gonna jump back in the chat here if you guys don't mind, and get some of these people. I don't want them to think that we went right over their questions. Dan Stoney way back here said he was having problems. He was taking clones too early.
Too early? Like too small?
It's just what he said. I've been taking clones too early. You get 3 and not 15. He wants to wait till it's bigger so you can take more at once, I guess.
Oh, yeah. I know you need a certain length of branch there, like to have that one shoot and 2 leaves there. I cut it closer, like it's got a 2-inch stem from those 2 leaves. And that's it. You know what I mean? Because it was just too short, but I made it work. Pushed the color in a bit there.
I'm going to go ahead and unspotlight myself. There's also, I want to mention that, I almost said, what's his face? That's pretty good. Pretty good hosting there, Smart. Miko Bushlove says, since he started working in the industry, he mentioned the company there, Good Blend in PA. He says he felt like he hasn't worked a single day. That's pretty good, man. I love hearing that.
Cool.
Yeah. Like I said earlier, like if you have a job that you absolutely love and you love going to work, it's not like going to work at all.
Yeah.
And
fun.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Life fun.
Marcus Green Thumb gave you a shout out for your Hindu root beer. He says, damn.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Yes, for sure.
I smoked a little bit of it there, and that's so good, man. Holy shit. I pulled a little nug off and did a little 4. I didn't even do the 8 days. I did 6, I think. And I pulled it out because it was so small. I guess it dried quicker. And I smoked it, and my lord, it's delicious. Not too good on descriptions there, but there's definitely some root beer taste to it. You know what I mean? Like a licorice kind of. Licorice Kush, you know, sweet licorice Kush. Little like the Jägermeister, if you ever tried that strain there. It's very similar to that.
No, but I've had Jägermeister.
Yeah, I've never tried Jägermeister, I don't know. I've heard of it, but I never actually drank it.
It was a drink of choice when I stationed over in Germany.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
That and Ouzo, you had to watch out for Ouzo because if you got the real shit, it had opium in it.
Oh, damn. Yeah, that's from Germany, I guess. Hey, Jägermeister.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, so it tastes super good, and I got a re-veg clone of it there. Actually, no, that's the WG Mac. I have two clones that are growing right now of it, and 4 other ones that I took from those clones. One of them I'm gonna send to Kyle there at Pure Breeding. He really liked it. He liked it so much he wants a cut. So I'll send him a cut.
Hey, we're definitely gonna get the light off of them. That's one reason why I was saying about moving them. The other thing I wanted to mention, so definitely I hear that and I appreciate everybody, and we've just been bullheaded, but you're absolutely right. No way. Puffy says, just clone the way I do. It's the most successful. We're definitely gonna get us a cloner here. Now that
do it my way, it's better.
Now that we have it,
my way or the highway.
We're going to have a more dedicated space. I won't feel bad buying a clone or whatever, not and keeping them alive. But I just didn't have really a reason for one. But let's see here.
I don't do anything, so Puffy's way better.
Man says to just ditch those clones that look bad. Just throw them away and start over.
Yeah,
So,
I think they look pretty.
We may do that.
we do.
We may do
we
that.
Might just
because
do
we're gonna have some cuttings off of her.
I mean, we have Matanuska Thunder, and we still have Amy Ace's seeds. So.
Oh yeah, but we have those 2 cuts of Amy Ace's in the cocoa. I think one of them is going to take.
I think they're both going to go because they seriously were taken a day or 2 after we took those cuttings, and they look still really good.
Yeah.
Every time you name that strain, Amy Ace's. I think of that song you told me about the other day, and I can't get it out of my damn head.
Thank you. I open the tent every time I open up her tent, it comes to my head.
What song might that be?
You already know. I'm like,
don't say it.
No one say it.
I don't want to hear it.
It's already going off in our head.
It is.
She is busted though, man. She's so big. I'm impressed.
Nice.
I don't want to cut any of her leaves off. She's so pretty. But I know that time's coming. We're gonna have to do some responsible pruning.
Well, we put Amy Aces into flower. So if we was to take clones now, we would end up monster cropping her because she'll be in flower when we do it.
Re-veg, yeah. How long ago did you flip it?
It's been almost 2 weeks.
Yeah,
definitely re-veg.
Yeah.
All right, it could be fun.
Yeah, it'll be something. We'll keep poking around here and see what's up. Man, they're saying there's a problem with meth in Oklahoma. That sucks, man.
I think that problem's everywhere.
And, if anybody needs help with addiction, make sure you ask for it. Call out to anybody that you can get a hold of and tell them you're having problems and need help. It's not a moral shortcoming. It's just get some help because you're definitely worth it.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't discriminate. That's for sure.
Nope. Addiction's a real problem in a lot of places, and a lot of people don't like to admit it. A lot of people don't like to talk about it. A lot of people feel like a second-class citizen if it falls on them or someone in their family, and they want to hush it, and it shouldn't be like that.
Nope.
You should be able to tell people to get some help, to understand why you do it, and why you feel that way, and different things. And everybody's got their reasons. Everybody's got pain and hurt, and they do what they do. But always try to take a second, tell people to get help. You know, a lot of people, it doesn't, you're not a bad person. It doesn't make you a shitty person to be an addict. You just need help. And it's out there. Don't be ashamed. Go get it. Call anybody. You can call me, message me. I'll help you I'll find out where you live and where you can get help and call the place, whatever we need to do, get you transportation. This shit will fucking snatch your life away quick. Sure. But that's all I got to say about that. Hopefully, you know, you don't move to Oklahoma and fall into a batch of opium or meth. You know, you go there with the intent of doing that shit. So, you know, it's about finding out what's up and what you're looking for, what you're trying to escape. That's the way I see it. But that's just one simple man's view on addiction and some of the shit that I fought and how it works. But for me, but definitely get some help. Definitely. Hello, Ross and Nate. It's nice to see you. He says good morning to everybody. So, yeah, always enjoy seeing his greenhouse. He works in a greenhouse, man, where he has like 50 different plants, and it's cool to see some of them. He had one plant. I don't know if you guys remember it. It was they had a big sign stuck in the soil, and it said this plant cannot handle what was it, chlorine. So they had to use a special water for that. No chlorine or chloramine. It was very sensitive to it. And that's the first plant I've ever seen or heard be like that. So I thought that was pretty cool. It still sticks in my head.
Hey, Rock, is that you that referred us to Dr. Lemmy?
Yes, that's
his professor, doctor. Cool. Yeah, I mentioned it to Jack there because he had a video a few weeks ago about moisture meters, but the wood ones. You know, with the 2 steel prongs there. You stick it in a nug, and Jack had a post on IG just the other day about that. I'm like, oh shit! Well, there's a Dr. Lemmy there on YouTube that showed just that there, and it was actually in January, I think he posted that. But yeah, Jack was saying 10 to 12% there with that meter, or with that particular meter is what you'd potentially want to shoot for. But that it was a good way to find out the moisture.
Okay.
Yeah, because I mean, RH in the jar, it takes a while. This you just you stick it in there, it'll tell you right there. It's more efficient, quicker, and potentially more accurate. Good way to know when to chop. If you're still doing it manual, if you don't have a troll.
That's what Ross and Nate said. He's not teaching this semester, but I could tell. I did watch a video, and that guy for Dr. Lemmy, and is that how they say it, Lemmy or Lemmy?
I call him Lemmy, yeah, Dr. Lemmy.
I always think of Lemmy Winks, man. Remember Lemmy Winks?
Yes.
Laverne and Shirley.
I'm thinking Lemmy from like Killmister, like Motorhead.
Oh, that was
Letty and Squiggy.
Yes. Yeah, Letty, yeah.
I remember.
But anyhow, Dr. LeMay, I don't want to be disrespectful and clown the guy's name. His Dr. LeMay or Lemmy or whatever. He was doing a live video as he was driving into the university to harvest. It was harvest day. And you could see the enthusiasm, man, in his voice and just he was very animated. I was thinking, this is somebody that I think I could get along with and grow with and would have fun with. So I think I wanted to check out more videos. I don't think he has a whole bunch of them up there, but
Bro,
sounds like
you're in school, college, growing weed. That's just that alone is wow, big plus. I mean, if I could grow weed in school, holy shit, man, I'd have perfect attendance.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. That's like one thing about if you worked in the cannabis industry, you're working in a big operation, you'd always be at work.
Yeah.
You would you would want to go and work while you were sick if you had to.
Oh yeah.
Like, oh man, I don't want to call a day sick today. I want to go to work today.
I want to go to work.
And it's the babies, eh? It's the ladies.
What's everybody smoking this morning? Puffy asked. That's a good question.
Shit, I need to smoke so bad. I had little bowls at 6 a.m. there. I'm like straight as an arrow. I had a couple coffees there. I'm gonna get wasted. I'm gonna take
some
a break
wedding
after
cake
this.
I'm smoking on, right?
Wedding cake. Sounds good.
It does.
It is.
That's a great one.
A mixture of, I'm not sure what the one is.
Oh, it's Gorilla Glue.
Gorilla Glue and Do-si-do mixed together. Yeah.
Yeah, a little Gorilla Glue.
Nice.
Yeah, wedding cake's a nice Kush one, eh? Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. I gotta grow that too. I'm a big Kush fan. So anything that's Kush taste there.
Is it Kush? I'm trying to remember what the hell's in it. I don't.
Like
I just grew it.
I just love that stuff. But yeah, I think that's what I remember. There are some like a cushy, like Master and Kosher and all those Kushes.
Damn. There's Rowdy 420. He says he's diving McAdoo 2 bubble hash. Sheba Man smoking some gelato. Auto Man's got super silver haze.
I got almost a gram of hash now. Love it.
Nice.
Just from the glove there, from the picking the leaves off and shit.
Oh, nice.
You can hear it there. I'm taking it off. Building the back. Building the piece.
We still got our hash in there
So
rolling.
fucking good. Oh my god. It's extremely sticky.
Oh, that's the best kind, man.
Oh, it's like, man, I got a hard time getting it off my fingers.
That's been a huge learning curve for me right now, is all the new hybrid strains that weren't around 40 years ago, learning what's what and what their parents is and the lineage. And it's like, oh my God, it wasn't that complicated back then. But anyway.
Yeah, I'm just going to mute up a bit there. I'll be listening, but I won't be talking because I'm going to load the troll there.
All right, man.
So, I mean, that's been an experience trying to find reputable sites, number one, that knew what the hell they were talking about. I mean, that's been a big thing, really. It's like, people, if you're going to teach about cannabis, teach it right. All this bro science, throw it the hell out the window. I mean, does some stuff work? Yes, it does.
Right.
But for the most part, science has gotten rid of all the mistakes that we used to make in the past. You know, and I get to the point now where, like I said, all these different hybrids, I'm like, wow. I mean, when my medical team, when it came to deciding that I was going to go on medical cannabis, they actually put me with a nutritionist, and we sat down and went through the different terpenes and stuff like that to figure out, all right, what different strains would be better suited for what was going on with me. And I'm just like, my God, this was not what we grew 40 years ago. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
That's amazing, though.
That is amazing.
That really is, that they, go through. And what I'm curious as to, like, okay, what strains did you find worked best? And
anything having to do with blueberry or cookies, anything along those lines. There's one out that I have not. A few people over at CFC have pointed me to some reputable banks that I can get some seeds. But God's Gift is a strain that absolutely was like the best thing, or the best profile for what was going on with me. So, and I was taking 36 pills a day, and now I'm taking 0.
that's amazing. That's wonderful to hear. That's awesome.
That is awesome.
So, I mean, so like, when Crack Babies, Kush, was like, well, is that a Kush strain? I think it might be. Hell, I don't know, but I'm still learning this stuff. And that's the one thing about being in my mindset. You figure, all right, you've already lived your life and you've got nothing left to learn. Well, guess what? The big C is going to kick your ass, and now you got a whole bunch of shit to learn.
Yeah.
And it was an eye opener. And I'll tell you one thing, this community right here, is one of the most giving and open-armed I have been around in a lot of decades. And
That's
that says
awesome.
a lot.
I agree. And it's cool that I feel it doesn't feel good to be a part of that. I mean,
absolutely. I mean, it's not about who's going to outdo who, you know what I'm saying? It's about, I mean, you have challenges and stuff like that, but that's just
friendly.
encourage people to grow differently or whatever, or experiment, and get in love with this plant. But for the most part, it's I mean, I made a comment about it today, so did somebody else in the live chat. It was like, this is the perfect place to go to learn a lot of different ways to grow our favorite plant, period.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed. And, I think everyone would agree, the more people out there growing, the more cannabis on the planet, the better, right?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, big pharma would crap their pants. I see they're talking about big pharma in chat right now, but they literally would crap their pants if everybody really figured out how much, whatever you believe in, a supreme being, whatever, how much is on this planet that would heal us in a natural way, period.
Yeah.
Yep, I agree.
Well, they don't like losing money on you. They had you on 36 different pills, you said.
Yeah,
and
but
now
they were killing me. The side effects alone from all those medications were flat out killing me.
Yes.
And I'm like, oh, hell no. If I'm going to go out taking all these pills, fuck it. Let me get some cannabis. Let me get some pot. That's what I told my wife. I said, you know what? I'm just going to go get, talk to my doctor and see what we can do. And I ended up getting the medical card and all that. And slowly but surely started dropping off the pills because literally I didn't need them because the cannabis was doing what the pills were doing. Period.
It's an amazing plan.
Regulating my blood pressure, getting rid of the nausea, putting the cancer into fucking remission. I don't care if there's doctors out there or what, it works, period. I'm living proof because they gave me a damn year.
Well, I'm glad to be hearing your story right now because it's really touching and it's awesome to hear that testimonial. It's an amazing plant. The miracle plant.
It is. And what and getting back to the original point, this community is so giving that literally, if you're not comfortable with one way of growing, listen up for a bit. Somebody's going to come up with either growing in soil or RDWC or whatever, just listen up and you'll find something. You'll find something that's going to be comfortable for you. And that's the whole thing, is that you want to love this plant. You really do. The Med Shed's asking a question. Did I smoke before being diagnosed? Did I smoke cannabis? No. I did smoke regular cigarettes since I was 12 years old up until 2009, and I quit then. And I wasn't diagnosed until probably 8 years after that.
Wow.
Well, congratulations on quitting smoking cigarettes.
Thank you. That was a battle.
Yeah, that's a hell of a battle. We fight it too. We haven't had a cigarette since the New Year's Day, so we're doing pretty good.
Yep. No, not only nicotine we've had is the blunts that I smoke, but I don't think that's very much. It doesn't seem to take me off the rails. I wanted to mention real quick to Ross Nate saying that his Zoom link isn't working. Which Zoom link did you use, Helly Doc? The one that's pinned in the chat?
I don't know if it was pinned. I clicked it. That was inside the chat when he posted it inside the chat before it was pinned.
Okay. Huh. I'm wondering what's going on there. I just want to shout out to Ross and Nate and ask him if he's tried the one that's pinned in the chat, because I don't know if I have the. I had a hard time.
So that's repaste it.
I see it. I see it's up there. Hey, you know what I did? I was trying to use one of our old Sundazed and Confused links by accident to access the Eagle Garden show this morning, Crack Babies. And then I had Eagle. I was like, there it is. Oh, that's somebody else. Thunder Dan. Huh.
No?
You can get in.
Dan the man, buddy. How you doing, bud?
I just want to show them how to do it. You just click it.
Dan just proved that it works.
Good seeing you, brother.
Absolutely. How y'all
Cheers,
doing?
brother.
Hey, I just want to mention somebody's trying to enter the show under a government name. So I don't want to let them in and show it on the screen if that's not the name they want to use.
Turn their video off. They won't see it. Make sure it's on gallery view there.
All right, let me back this up. You guys go ahead. Give me one. Oh, it looks like they might have left. So maybe they want to change their name, or they can come back as a name that I recognize. What's up, Thunder Dan?
Yeah, you go to the Zoom profile there online, and you can change your
What's up, buddy?
Your identification. Cheers, down there. Okay, back to trim.
What's new, Thunder Dan?
Oh, I'm just hanging out. I got to go to a birthday party later, but I just thought I would just well, I was going to come to the shop and roll one so that I could kind of pregame before this birthday party, right? And then I heard that somebody was having a problem, and I wanted to just kind of go boop boop and see if there was one, and I just popped right in. So,
Cool.
hey, cheers.
Good man.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Roll
Dan.
one.
Is it a cake and ice cream kind of birthday party or what?
No, so my birthday is the 2nd, and my dad's birthday is the 15th, and so they just combined our birthday, so it's more like country style steak, and
Yeah.
Well, happy
he turned
birthday to you and your
73.
pops, buddy.
Yeah, man, he turned 73. I turned 39. We're living La Vida Loca.
Cool.
Well, happy birthday, man.
Yes, happy birthday. Belated birthday to both of you.
And
Yes.
I kind of got over birthdays after 21.
Yeah.
Like
It's no longer a
Okay.
celebration when you're
what
closer
do
to
I
death.
get to do now?
Not necessarily a good thing.
But yeah, I would say take more clones. I think your clones just kind of withered in the Mojave.
Yeah, we're probably gonna throw those two away that just look really bad. And
Start over.
yeah,
Try over. I guess we'll take
I mean, we
take
have
that
those Matanuska Thunders that we just took on Friday, and they still look good. We're gonna try to. I'm gonna definitely get some cardboard, maybe shield them better, get rid of that light, like Crack Baby suggested, and we
We're
need
gonna-
more practice.
We're gonna buy
The
a
other
cloud.
light that y'all showed would be great. You just dim that fucker down. I use some like Home Depot little bullshit lights because they aren't bright at all. They're not meant to be trying to grow, And I'm gonna pop a leaf off and show y'all something.
Hey, the new person has renamed themselves Mimsy, which is my cat, which can only mean one thing.
Rowdy.
Yeah.
Howdy.
No.
Damn, I threw it out last night. Sorry, I was going to show you a leaf spot that I still had.
You threw it away though.
He left again. I threw it away last night. I did a big defoliation last night, but it was still on the plant when it was growing from when it had cloned, and it showed kind of the drawback in different colors of it kind of producing roots during that stage.
Okay.
But not yellow. If it goes all yellow, then that's showing you that it's wanting nitrogen, which is growth.
So it's those ones there are going to be no good, man. I just don't have any faith in them ones.
Yeah, there's slime on one of them. I mean, it looked really
Yeah.
weird.
Is that good, Dan? The slime?
No,
Slime,
no.
Is that like some homemade aloe vera gel in there, or what's going on?
I really like Slimer and Ghostbusters, man.
Oh.
If you had some slime on your stalk, would you say it's okay?
Yeah, like slimy egg, slimy bacon.
No, you're right. That's funny, man. We'll have to. We were highly prepared for failure. I guess we could put it that way. But when I buy a cloner, I would be upset, man, if we don't.
Right.
I think we're going to do much better with the bubbles.
So Smart, each way has its own learning curve, same as the same methods of how we grow, right? So if you get a cloner, you got to figure out the time. You got to set up a time for the pump to run, or is it the DWC kind with the bubbles, or is it? It's like all these other. So if you get an oxy cloner or the one that sprays the water up, Easy Clone or whatever.
Arrow cloner. I think that one's an arrow cloner or something.
Yeah, those are probably the easiest ones.
If you leave the pump on all the time, the stems will get real saturated with water, and because there's no tryout period, and then that lets them get all floppy and gooey on the ends. Same with the DWC, if it's blowing the bubbles in there, but either you've got if you go to the hydroponic store, they will say the one that's got the pump inside the reservoir. Then the water heats up, and you grow shit in this mother. So, each way you kind of got to learn how to do it, just like the rest of the cultivating methods that we use. So I like the dome method. I have an easy cloner and a oxycloner. That's how I know you can crash in all kinds of different circumstances. Right now in winter, the bubbler is actually probably the best because the water temp stays low. But you gotta remove the pump outside of it and let it just blow air into that reservoir.
Well, we're definitely I think I'm gonna get the aero cloner and we'll set it up. You know what I got? I think I got well, I know I got it coming today. I thought I might have heard them down there delivering a little bit ago. Is on a Sunday too. Another Hydrofarm digital timer, man. So I could have exactly what you're talking about, different shit on timers and stuff. So I'm trying to slowly grabbing some pieces here and there and trying to put it together. I guess maybe I should have been a little more prepared before I started Amy and got the sex test, but it is what it is. But yeah, fine. Everybody's been really on me, man. I feel like now I got to go get the cloner because they're like giving me the business, Dan.
Bro. No. I think all you need is a piece of aloe, some more cocoa, and just go back in that dome, man. Yeah. But I would go and get one from the Amy Aces. I know you're like she's 2 weeks into flower, but you're trying to work on your skill of cloning. We're not trying to really make new plants. And if you do get roots, you can re-veg it.
Oh yeah.
So you kind of, it's a win-win on that one. Yeah, I know you got a branch you can give up. That little fucker in the middle that you're not going to do anything with anyway.
Oh, there's a lot we can take. Yeah. And, I like that idea of, practicing because that'll make us more comfortable. And like you said before, it'll become where when it doesn't happen and we don't get roots, that'll be like the shocker.
Yep. I think I was Dan that said that.
Yeah.
I like Puffy's way of doing it. Puffy puts them down in those little cocoa cubes, and then you can see the roots coming out of the cocoa cube. That to me seems like it would be really conducive for an easy, quick
root rod?
Yeah.
That's what I use.
Yeah.
They're easy. But and you can soak them. It's a lot of other things, but I've also gone straight into the soil. So I mean, that's why I'm saying if you have an aloe plant nearby that you can jab and get that juju on the end of that stick and then stick it down in that cocoa, I guarantee you that would work.
Hell yeah.
From a distance, guarantee.
What? That's what Puffy says when he doesn't get roots, he's shocked. I think he got 15 of 15 the last time.
He's got great success rates, and it's because we didn't do what Puffy was doing. The reason our plants are the way they do. He tried to help us. But,
you got to blaze your own path. It's okay.
Sorry, I had to take off there. I missed the last 30, 40 seconds there. I don't know what you guys talked about.
I'm going to
coffee time.
I'm going to try to go. I just wanted to mention real quick 2 things from chat. One would be Rowdy 420. I just wanted to tell him that I can't really go to Instagram right now because I always have problems with shit. It messes up what I got going on. I got Zoom running. I got YouTube running. And now I'm about to try and send Rawson a message on Cocoa for Cannabis if I can, because it's still not working for him, and I feel bad. I don't know. He said he keeps defaulting to his school ID. I'm not sure what that means. That sounds like maybe something on his end, huh?
Yeah, I think he would have to go in his settings. That's just his name,
Oh, I was told to pronounce his name correctly. Remember, somebody was
Rock.
It's
I'm gonna call him the Rock because he said that that was okay.
It's Rocinante or
so
it's from.
I don't want to butcher because I don't want to be disrespectful.
No, it wasn't him. it was
Yeah,
somebody
you
in
know.
chat. I started laughing. I was like, you know what? He's been Rawsonate so long that I'll never
Might get some reverb there.
You know what though? When I see his name, I hear your voice, Mott, saying his name. So there you go. It is what it
Yeah.
is. But
Rawsonate.
we will try not to chew it up.
It's a reference to that show there.
I thought it was Don Quixote, the book Don Quixote or some shit.
No, it's the ship they're on. Shit, what's the name of the show now? Come on, Rock, spit it out. Spit it out. The Expanse.
Uh-oh.
It's the ship or something like that in the show there, something like that.
What is it, Heli Doc? Do you know?
No,
The Expanse. You know that show? You ever hear that
no,
show?
I don't.
I've
I've heard of it, but I have not watched it.
But
So
I've
I
never
don't know.
watched. I'm so
Me
freaking.
either. I heard it's good though.
Between taking oil and smoking 2 blunts and a joint and shit, I'm freaking stoned, and it's only 11 o'clock. I got a long way to
I gotta
go.
catch up. For bowl.
Yeah. Smoke down.
Bowl.
You were right.
Hashtag.
Like always, Crack Babies was right again. It's from The Expanse.
It is The Expanse. All right. Yeah.
Yep.
So I really wouldn't mind these Matanuska, not to like change it back to
No, change it to whatever.
these clones, but I really want them to work out. We just took them. So do you have any advice of like how we can, like from here, your first piece of advice, I'm sure, is to like for us to put a light diffuser.
Better one.
Better one, right? So what else could we, you
Maybe
know,
change the water.
Buy a cloner?
every single day?
That's what we've been trying to do, but we might have missed.
We've been slacking. We really have been. But if like I'll be on it if that's gonna help.
Yeah,
I just think those cups aren't really made for that. You know what I mean? Like you need an actual cloning machine or a DWC bucket. Yeah, but you got to isolate the water and the roots from the light and the environment. And it's got to be real damp.
There comes somebody knocking at the door. Let's let them in.
Well, come on in.
Hunter.
I don't hear the doorbell.
Hunter.
I hit the button to let them in. You didn't hear the doorbell?
Nope.
Looks like they dipped on us quick. I tried to let them in.
On that note, guys, I'm going to wish everybody a happy Sunday. I got to get out of here and get some sleep before I fall out of this chair. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming
As always,
on.
I
Cheers.
appreciate you guys. Grower
Hello,
love.
Doc. Cheers, man.
Right on, Ellie. Have a great night or a great morning and great sleep.
Sweet dream. Sure.
We appreciate your time, man. He's been up all night.
Yeah, I passed out at 3 a.m. or something.
I seen you around last night for a while. I was up and down. I missed some of the Uncle Rick show. I was like, fell asleep.
We got up at like 3 o'clock or something, 3:30, and then
we saw the
Then we took oil that we just made and tried to go back to sleep for a nap, and it was really hard waking up after that.
Yeah. Now I just feel
maybe a little
zombie land.
Hey, I'm a little out of it this morning. It's hard to keep.
I was like drinking some Hennigans. I'm loose as a goose and ready to go.
I don't remember anything.
I'm getting coffee there. I'll be right back.
It's no tell. I'm going to grab one too. That sounds like a great idea, Crack Babies. I'll be right back.
I guess it's me and you, Dan. Don't go partying on without me yet, man.
I'm gonna try not to. So I was gonna say too, Spot, that I also, with my dome, I spray it for 3 days. And then after the 3rd day, I want to start walking the humidity down. Okay. I don't want it to be at 80. So I know you've been at 80 for
the whole time.
2 weeks or what. Yeah, right. So, I mean, and I think that's another encouragement of, hey, come on, put those roots out, because this little perfect environment you're in is leaving, right? So the plant's kind of sensing, hey, I need to do some shit because things are changing. Are the leaves crispy on those yellows, or are they still pliable? They are crispy.
Some of the more brown ones are real crispy, and some of the other ones that have recently turned brown are still slightly pliable, but you can see they're well on their way. they're necrotic as all hell, man. I think them two, the ones with the slime and shit are done. I think the ones with the cocoa have a chance. And then I think if we maybe put a little more, I know my wife is, I can feel her trepidation or worry or whatever off of her. But I think if we give a little more attention to these girls here, these two newest clones, and like we did last time, I think we'll be all right. We can get one of them at least to go. But I am going to be a little more. Those last ones, I didn't give much hope. I guess I didn't give much help, I should say. We kind of just took them and let them go. And I didn't change the water as much as I wanted to. Kind of got a little busy there, but we'll do the best we can. And now, once I invest in hanging this little light, I'm gonna get me I think I'm just gonna do the root rides first, and like you guys are doing, and like Puffy does in that dome, because I already own the dome. You know what I mean? Versus buying a whole new cloner. So I'm thinking root rides in that dome with that little light. I'll get serious about it and get me some, and that's gonna happen within the next week or two. I shouldn't say that, because if I'm late, then I'll feel like I'll try to do it in like a week or two, and it'll be pretty cool. I have a shelf over there where I mix my nutrients, and I'm just going to clear out underneath of it and make a little dome. I figure it'll be safe. Nothing can really fall on it. It'll be hidden and shielded, and it's not taking up any extra space, because that's my problem. It's finding the space.
Do you have any landscaping fabrics, Mark?
Like geotextile?
Yeah, like the black stuff that you lay like this, like you lay down to so the weeds don't grow up through it.
I think I might have some of that, man. I'm not sure. I think I might use black garbage bag.
Well, this is that nylon knit shit. You know what I'm saying? You're supposed to put it down and the weeds can't grow through it or whatever. Well, it's not exactly like a trash bag or a plastic material that's not breathable. So you can actually see through it. That's probably fucking up with this background, but anyway, you kind of see what's going on. See my mouth moving through it. So I kind of just lay that on top of the dome too, if I'm going to put it in the big room with the big light, because it's got all that light bouncing all over the fucking place. So I just lay it over the top, and it kind of shades it and gives it that, cuts it down by 60% or whatever. I don't know, probably more than that, but it doesn't take a lot of light. So I noticed you had a cloth up, but it's also, you're still white.
Yep. I need to get that dark up, huh?
I think you need to be dark. Yeah.
Gotcha. Well,
that's the only thing. You just got to tweak with it till you figure out the sweet spot. And then you'll be like, yo, man, every time I take one, I get one. It's because you figured out, but you got to wreck some shop to be able to, put it back together.
Exactly. Once you got the right parameters, it's, you can set it in for, like I said, I don't do nothing. I chop it, I put it in, no special.
Well, and that's the problem.
And they all take.
You got guys like fucking crack babies that come on and go, I don't do shit. I just throw it in the hole. I come back 2 weeks later, it's fucking 14 feet tall. It's gonna crop in 56 days. It's in the jar and cured in 91. I mean, come on, man. It's like
it walks itself to the canitrol, man.
Trims itself, man.
That's why I've been listening to too much Mendo dope, so
exactly. Germs in 3 hours. She's mature in 3 days. It's like, holy shit, Doctor Who.
I love it. So, I mean, but to be honest, if you're gonna go with that method, I would say continue to take cuts, let the plants get bigger, take cuts off of them. I mean, and in practice, the good thing is, you need more material to prune. You'll grow a little bit bigger of a plant, so just kind of work it out. But once you figure out, I do this, and this, bam, you'll be like crack babies. And then you'll sound like that to the next new guy that comes along trying to clone. And he'll be like, man, how in the fuck does he have it so easy? And then you're looking at his shit and you're going, oh, he's got that easy cloner. I'm going to get one of them. That's how it's going to work for me. And then you're going to get jelly bottoms. And you're going to go, what the fuck, man? He's going to be like, oh, I set it on a timer. And you're like, need that timer. Where's that timer at?
See, we got you're right. What I'll end up telling them is if in the future I'll be like, you got to go back and find some of them early episodes where we put clones and killed them, man. And now look at us, we've had like 20 in a row that haven't been perfect, or whatever.
Well, that's the good thing about it because you'll be able to reference that. You'll be like, hey, go to blah, 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 and watch how we just destroyed something. And
yeah, look at everybody in chat just telling us exactly what
mine's all time lapsed. Like it took 2 months, I mean, I got it all in time lapse. Yeah. It's funny as hell.
People love the time lapse.
Yeah, that's one of my favorites too, is the time lapse. It's golden.
It shows how tough they really are, because I put them through hell, you know what I mean? I tried every little thing and it was all wrong. So yeah, they're tough, man, you know what I mean? They can take it.
Dude, I took a clone and got it to root, put it in a half-gallon square pot, and then put it outside and just left it. Walk by every 3 days. I'd shoot it some water. So it grew up about 1 foot. It drilled a root through the ground from the pot. It just was gonna fucking make it. And I mean, it didn't put out an ass ton of bud, but it was my little science project. They're like, will you live if I just keep riding by and dropping some water off? And it did.
It will. Yeah, it's a weed.
I mean, they want to go. I mean, they call it weed for a reason because it grows. There's a lot harder plants out there that you can try that will just straight die on you.
Oh yeah, like the no, I shouldn't even have spoke up because I can't think of what it is. No, not lilies, are them real
orchids.
But that's why they say anyone can grow weed, because it'll grow in any condition. It's just, will it be smokable?
Yeah.
Harvestable, man, that's another
It's
story.
the how. It's the how, and then it's like anything else. You want to be able to show it off and say, "Hey, here, buddy, here's what I grew," and they go, "Oh, wow, it's amazing."
When
For
they
me,
choke up after that first toke there, it's like, oh yeah, it's a sign of quality.
Getting past that first 2 weeks, man. Once they're pretty decent size in the solo cup, I find them to be almost indestructible at that point. I'd have to really do something bad, but up that first 2 weeks, it's like a bull in a china shop sometimes with me, man. They're just so little and they are fragile, and some that I think are going to make it that just took, I'll think, oh man, it just barely got bumped, it'll die. And then another one that I think, no way in hell this one's going to make it, it never skips a beat. So it's when they're little like that, it's just fragile. Yeah, for me, it's weird. But once they get to a certain age, I'm like, yeah, we're pretty good now. Even if Kitty takes a chomp, we're gonna make it.
Yeah, I guess it depends on what the damage is there, but you know what I mean?
Well, we've had them damp off. We've had Kitty, like you said, chewing on them.
Me doing surgery and ripping them out of the ground.
Surgeries. Yeah, Smart just knocking them with his big fat fingers.
Yeah. You drop them.
Yeah, I guess
or knocking them over.
Yeah.
The more leaves they have, the potential more backup they have, right?
Yeah, that's
battery bank there, so they can fix themselves. Kind of.
Good morning, moon fog.
Cheers.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for stopping by, moon fog and
sky
everyone.
overhead.
Yeah, I'm gonna bounce, y'all. I'm gonna go be a good boy.
Cheers, Dan.
I'll see y'all later.
Again.
I'm sure I'll see y'all around the bar somewhere.
Have a good day at the party.
Happy birthday,
Happy
Dan.
birthday.
You have a great day.
Take care.
You too,
You too, buddy. Happy birthday to your old man as well. He said
yes. That's pretty cool. You share a birthday with your dad.
Yep.
Birthday party. That's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, it's Mother's Day. It was every Mother's Day. My birthday's right around there, so we'd always pair it up and go have supper for both.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yep, that's pretty cool. And that's weird you mentioned that because my birthday,
right?
my birthday and my mother's birthday are 4 days apart,
Oh, and you're near Mother's Day too, so it's on top of
Yeah,
Mother's Day.
within days of Mother's Day as well.
Mother's Day as well. So it's all within like a week period or 2 week period, depending on when Mother's Day fell. But it's always been, that's crazy. And because I remember you saying you had turned 50, and I'm thinking, damn, I'm just about to turn 41. And so we had birthdays really close to each other, you know.
What is that talk?
But you are much
Visible.
older than me. Let's not.
Age is just a number, you said.
Oh, it is.
I'm younger than you, man. I'm 22. I've been
It's
22
about-
for 28 years now.
Oh, yeah.
What's that? 29, 28. Yeah.
That's right.
It's dab time. I'll get down with that. It's almost 20 after. That means it's 4:20 somewhere out
It's
there.
yeah, 420.
yeah. Below the
I'm gonna
ball.
roll
I got my reward hash. Nice little piece, man.
Yeah, it's 20 people out there. Shout out to all 20 people hanging out.
I got one shelf left, man, and I got like, it's gonna be tight.
Oh, your cannon trawl.
Yeah. That one top shelf there, it's literally got a bow in it. It's so loaded.
That's
Oh,
awesome.
that's cool.
That's good stuff, man.
So shelf 1, Hindu root beer. The rest is all the master, the watermelon gelato mac there. It was much bigger, man.
I can't wait to see the upside down pictures of it on Instagram. I saw you delete your post, and I turned to my wife and I said, "Hey, Crack Babies had a really cool post, but they flipped his pictures upside down." I said, "I can hear him right now at his house saying."
Yeah, I was gonna post a nasty, Instagram you suck message. I'm like, it's not worth it. Just delete it.
No, because we all feel that same frustration.
Yes, I get
and then Kyle from Pure Breeding is like, so what was the post? Because he gets a notification when I tag him. He's like, the post is gone. It's like, they were all upside down, bro. I'll repost it there. And I went with the phone and we did it.
That was cool of you, man. That was cool of you. And then we got to see the video of the. Everybody should go check out your Instagram page. We got to see a video of the squirrels. Was that YouTube or Instagram?
Yeah, it's on Insta. Yeah, that's the white squirrel you see there. He comes and sees me every now and then. It's been about 3-4 years now that I've been seeing him around there. He keeps coming around. Yeah.
Them are big big Canadian squirrels. Your cats would have a hard time with them.
They're just furry. Like they let their fur grow. You know what I mean? Because they're super skinny in the summer because they give themselves haircuts with their teeth. They literally like they have what do you call them there? Like wife beaters, but reverse wife beaters. You know what I mean? Like they'll trim all the hair around their armpits and stuff, and they still got the chest hair. It's funny as hell. They look like they're all like sick or whatever. It's like, oh man, this one's got cancer. No. He's just trimming it because he's hot, man.
That poor squirrel. That's crazy.
Yeah, they are getting a lot of. I'm going to answer chat. Rock said about the side light. We should take a meter reading of what's the light inside of the reading. But yeah, we got to get that out of there completely. And they are getting a side light.
You might be okay with putting something that's completely light proof over top, and just the reflections from the wall will be enough, I think. Because that white there, it's just spreading the light. It's not necessarily blocking it. It's diffusing it. If it's white, it's just diffusing it. It's not blocking it, right? So it's going to lower the humals, but it's not going to necessarily cut them off. Like you need almost dark. Like my white cover. Did you see my little white upside down bucket there? That kind of does the same thing, but I have it pretty far. Like that light's pretty close. You know what I mean?
Oh man, I can't believe the attention that those clones are getting. That's amazing. People are like, I can't stand to see it. I can't watch anymore. That's just amazing. That's
the horror. I can hear him screaming.
And they're like that for 2 weeks, man. And I know we will change it.
Yeah, we're gonna change it.
You don't hear the screams at night, man?
It's kind of hard. It's hard for us to do shit with it being live. You know what I mean? Or you have to put a mask on. She's gonna try to.
I'll try to help you guys a little bit.
It's just I'm sitting here hiring shit, man, on them edibles and smoking this weed.
I'm in a bullfight.
I got 1 minute until 20 after, and I'm trying to get this joint rolled up so I can get.
But make sure it still gets a bit of light though, like on the sides. It's just the top you want to cover.
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah, okay, that'll help. Yeah, because you know what? That's a good idea because you see how far away the farthest away LEDs are potentially getting in on an angle. So doing that there, you're better off.
Thank you for the chat, for caring so much and for hanging out with us and just being a part of this. This is fun. It's what this show's about, just bullshitting,
You
hanging
did it
out.
on purpose, didn't you?
Yeah. Oh, man, you know?
Let's do it really, really bad there and make them all freak out.
We got to subscribe to this guy's channel because he's a freaking asshole. He don't know what the hell he's doing, you know?
Well, we definitely got to help him.
Help him out.
Yeah, we appreciate the help. We know we're doing it wrong. We got to give him a little more attention.
No, but that's, it's experimenting, man. You're trying what feels right, and you go from there.
And like I said, we were highly prepared for those not to make it and for some of these problems to come in. I am, as soon as the show's over, I'm going to yank them ones out of there and get rid of them. They got nasty root areas. They're going to go.
They're going to go, but the two that are in the straight cocoa, they're doing good. I do have hope for them.
Here's the problem. When are we going to be able? When should we check those for roots? How are we going to do that? Are we going to wait till they come out the bottom of the pot? Or are we going to just pull them up a little bit and see? Or how you?
That's just such a good point. What are we going to be?
How are we going to figure that out? Because that's a big pot.
Yeah, what's going on with that? Like, how do we figure that out?
That's why I like the way I do it. DWC, you just pull the net pot up and look.
Oh, here he goes. No, I'm just kidding. He's got it named with this. It's a perfect freaking setup what he has there. Them little nets, you pick them up, bam, man, you can see everything.
Holy shit, is it 31 in my tent? God damn. Let me go put that down a bit there.
What is it? 31 humidity?
31 Celsius, man. It's fucking hot in there. Hold on.
Talking about a heat wave.
Take your time, man. Hello, Tony Brown, Dan Stoney, Sky Overhead. Yeah, they're dying.
They are.
They're dying. Use a clear cup to sit inside a red cup. Yeah, that's a good idea. It's not, but he said
it's our shortcomings. Yeah, we need the cloning system. We're just messing around though.
We got to take out and cover that totally up, so then they won't know what's in there, and they'll be.
Well, I want to take that out of this tent because I don't need.
I went in and it said 28. That's not a live feed. What's going on here? Aha, 29:42. All right, that's better.
There you go.
It just wasn't updating itself there. You can see there, I got the Master Kush and the Hinder Root Beer and on the left, and then I got the Master Kush clones of that one on the left, on the right, and those are going really nice. Just praying.
Nice. Yes.
So that Master, I'm gonna let her go like till I'm done with the troll. Basically, I don't have a choice there, so they're gonna get nice and matured, super ripe. We'll see how ripe they can get.
That'll be cool. Like
cool
you're gonna
experiment.
Yeah.
Kind of like
gonna be super dark ambers. And hey, I'm gonna have ambers everywhere. Well, it's still got white pistils, so I should be okay. I mean, I got
Pepsi colored amber all over.
Yeah. Get that extra couch lock effect there.
Well, I was gonna say you're kind of being forced to do a small experiment here and see what it feels like to get it dark, you know.
And it's good because those other two that are going on the right, well, I just have to cut those a little earlier and I'll know. But if I do go like you know what I mean? So I'll know if I go super amber, if it ruined it or not. If it's more flavorful, then I know, and I can potentially do the same with the ones on the right. But if I notice that, no, it's all sleepy and I don't get real high, maybe I overdid it, well then these I can pull a little earlier. Because it's the same exact stuff.
Right.
I love that about regrowing what you've already done, because now you know, right? So you can plan, you do a better job, and they look better if you look at it there. Like the second gen is better, and the third gen is going to be even better than that. I think they somewhat adapt, even in that small amount of time. There, they seem to adapt to the environment. Because every time I take a clone, it's better than the one before.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're kind of getting used to that space and that environment, like you're saying. At least that's what I'm with you. That seems like the progression.
Or maybe it's because I flip them too quick, right? So I stress them by trying to sex them early, but the clones are always mature, right? They're showing pistols at 2 nodes. Yeah?
Well, that's another reason that I wanted to mention to the chat, especially that like we're going to be able to take clones from our moving forward when we have this little station we're going to set up. Instead of just having clones in there for growing, we'll be able to use that if we want to do a tent full. We could take clones and sex them over there, off to the side, flip them to 12-12 while we keep them all in veg and take the clones early. And that way we can, not have to send out for farmer Freeman tests. So that little clone station will also be a / sexing station for regular seeds. So we'll get a lot of use out of it, man.
Yeah. Like, because there are so many strains out there. I always thought that why clone what I've already tried? I'm never going to get to try all the strains that I want to, just go with seed. But with clones, with the sexting and
sexting them. Yeah.
Yeah. And with, being able to, I'd like to hash a whole plant, after I've experienced what the flower tastes like, what the feel of that is, what that high is like, then take that same strain and make hash, and then take the whole plant, and then take that strain and make some oil and just experiment like that with it. I think would be interesting.
Cool.
But that's way into the future when we get good at this cloning, because right now we're really bad at it. I'm thinking all of those don't stand a chance.
Oh, they'll be fine. I got a storm. I'll keep my eye on them a little better moving forward. But yeah, that's going to be nice to be able to use them as a sexing. What do you call
sexting or sexing? Yeah,
sexting.
Sexing.
Is that
I meant sexing.
Is that when we
sex test them? You were gonna let the females away from the males.
Yeah, we'll be able to call out all the bullshit. We'll have to waste a bunch of time growing them out and seeing what's doing all that potting up, wasting all that cocoa, and have to rinse it. Not
to be confused with naughty texts back and forth
between you and your significant other.
Yeah, not to be confused with that. Right.
Yeah.
So you like my new fading stuff?
I do.
Yes, that is pretty cool.
Pretty trippy or what?
Yeah.
Even got the logo here and there. It's like, oh, it's me.
Yeah. I need to.
It's the show. I was playing with that the other day because I didn't know. Because I kept changing my layout and all that, and it's like shit. I can have different scenes and just change the layout by changing the scene. So instead of moving my windows around, I just switch from one to the other. Boom, and boom. That way, and then I still have all those windows in there too that I can change. Makes it a little less binking around, I guess. I could show anything, you know what I mean?
I'm not sure if I'm trying to figure out how.
Are you trying to do something too?
Yeah, he got to play with his. I want to play with. I can't get mine to do anything. I wanted to put up a.
I got OBS, online broadcasting software. So that's it acts as a camera. Basically, you can use it as a virtual camera. So your desktop, everything that's on it, you can share. But Zoom has some cool features too there with the background.
No doubt.
I can make it look freaky. I could even have a video background. Tricons.
I'm just reading the chat, man. I kind of went blank there for a second. They're asking what Puffy puts in his water for his clones. Feet into the root riots there.
Oh, you're gonna have to go watch last week's video there. It's all there.
What's Kitty doing? What the hell?
Yeah, he had nice roots, like just a small amount of time later, very successful. Looked awesome.
You gave it the full treatment
water
there.
Or aloe water is the best. Yeah, we'll have to get us aloe or maybe some of that rooting. What's that? That acid, what the hell was that called again? Tribulus number 3. Butyl number 3 acid or something.
We're gonna have to go back and watch that.
But they're saying somebody was telling us that was considered a carcinogen, possibly. Was that Jack Greenstock?
That's right.
It said that rooting hormone.
Right, and I worried about that too.
I forget what it's called now. Shit. But yeah, that's why I thought that too. I was like, I don't want to buy none of that shit. You know, I don't know if it's.
But if you're using it to just test the sex of the plant, taking clones for that and just ditching the clones then, and if we're doing that like for that, then it wouldn't matter.
I think what Puffy Grows says. I'm sorry, was you done?
No, yeah, I'm done. Yeah.
I'm totally spaced out. I'm having a hard time today.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel good, but I'm stoned. I'm reading here in the chat. He says Puffy says Willow water has been debunked. Chiba Man says debunked how? And I think what Puffy's referring to was a study that Jack Greenstock mentioned. Remember about it came out of Guelph. And he said they tested Willow water against other compounds, and it actually didn't do shit at all. But people for 100 years have been using it, so there's always that shit. So you just never know. But I think that's what he means when he says debunked, is where I was coming from. That take that for what it's worth. I didn't see the study, and I don't even know if was it Jack. I think it was Jack, but I don't want to put something in his mouth that he didn't say. Somebody told us that, I believe, on this show or one of these weeks we was on here.
So everybody knows that our oil turned out very well.
Yes.
Look at those roots.
Mom spaghetti.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's Amy Ace's there. Right after I snapped the branch here, pulling the lid up. Rowdy was there live there when that happened. That was the fix after I fixed it.
I remember I heard it go snap.
Oh yeah, it's like, oh shit, I just broke a main. Bye.
I remember that, yep.
Like I still had it in my hand there. One-handed, I put that tie on it. Because I was holding the branch the whole time there. I never let it go. I just dropped the phone, held the branch, grabbed, reached out for a green tie, and kind of wrapped it around. You see it there?
Yep.
Just twisted it around it and did the trick.
That's some support.
And it's healed, and then it turned male.
Oh, man.
Bastard! Turned into Arnold. Arnold Aces.
That's heartbreaking.
Yeah. I should have took more than 2, man. So rule number 1, if you got regular seeds, man, drop the whole pack. Or at least 5 or 4 or 5, you want the odds in your favor. And even then it could end up being all male. Drop the whole pack. Be ready.
Yeah, I'm wishing we would have dropped more Amy Aces. I didn't realize, Yeah,
you guys had what, 1 out of 4 or something like that?
Yeah, well, we started 6.
We started 6.
Oh, shit.
We started 6. Only 4 came up, though.
Oh, yeah.
And then out of those 4, 1 was a female. So I started 6 hoping for 2, and I only got 1. So then we just it grew so big so fast that we kind of figured, you know what, let's just give it its own tent, make life easy for us. It won't be a lot of, it'll work out. It'll be a fun little thing to spread that out. We're going to try to be more Rocinante-esque. And remember that freaking, the plant that Rocinante grew that was the Mac, it filled up his whole tent.
Oh yeah, that was a nice grow.
That's what I want to do with Amy Aces, is spread her out like that and get all them tops on her. But I don't know if we'll be able to. It's just a pipe dream. We're going to spread her out the best we can, but for sure.
She's beastly. We checked her densities.
We did check her densities. Her biggest density was 760, and that was dead in the middle. Her lowest point was 520. So, just if anybody was wondering,
that'd be a nice grow tent.
Yes. Let's see here. Good morning, Magister Templey.
Yes. Good morning.
As well as everybody else in there. Yep, that's what we're trying to grow, like that one that Rock grew. That son bitch was huge. It's gonna be good. Kitty, get out of there! And always trying to be bad in the wrong time.
Wants attention.
Give me that.
Mimsy.
She shouldn't be in this room, but
She's bad. We even have a thing up. Tell everybody hi, Kitty. Look back at me. No, okay. Get the hell on. We love you, but you're getting on my nerves. Let's just spin the wheel. Okay, yeah. My rule of thumb is if you want 2 females, you have to drop at least 5 seeds. I'd never drop less than 3 for a female. Yeah, I guess that's What was there was like a mathematical, I think you might remember this, Crack Babies. I think it was Rusty that comes on the show, and as a friend of ours from CFC told me one time that the rate is like, was it 6-4? For every 6 males, you should get 4 females. Wasn't it something like that? And that's over like 100 or 1,000 seeds. That's what the rate would be.
Yeah, I always thought it was 50-50, but it turns out it's like 60-40 or something like that.
Yeah. There's Dr. MJ Coco in the chat. Shout out to him.
Sure,
but yeah, that's what it ended up being. It was like, I think he said it was 60-40. You should get like 40%. It was based on the alleles and all this other stuff that I really didn't understand, but I thought that was pretty cool. I haven't seen that though. I mean, maybe it only works if you bust 100 seeds out or 1,000 seeds, you know?
That's the thing. You don't know it. Because it's a sample size. So I'll draw up 2 and it's like, oh, it's all male. So that's like 100% male.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. It's just 2 seeds, right?
And that'll change as the number goes.
Like, it's just like anything, the sample size, the bigger it is, the more reliable, you know?
Yeah.
That whole thing. But
so I assume now I got more females than males because I already went through the males. So now what's left should be more female than male, right? Because that's the way the thinking goes. The more males I pop out, the more females are left in my mind. But they could all be male. That's the thing. Like Doc was saying there, we're the family where they're all girls. They never had a boy.
Yeah, it was like 10 girls and no boys. It's just that's how that goes sometimes, I guess, right?
Nature is a wondrous thing.
The name of the game.
And it's weird how that works, because then when you get in, and that's something, what's crazy is we're going to end up asking every time somebody comes on, we'll be asking that, because it is hard to understand the whole thing with progenies and breeding and trying to get a stable line, and to understand because inbreeding just sounds bad. Like, that's a bad thing for humans and for animals and for a lot of things. But we use that as a tool here. So it's like you kind of have to throw away a little bit of what you might be thinking, quote unquote, common sense, and kind of take a fresh look. Hey, I always tell people I find this to be a little bit funny. Someone actually took gummy bears on Instagram and made this big whatever that chart's called, the chart that you use for breeding, and they use colored.
Oh yeah, I got that meme there.
Yeah, I think they dumbed it down to colored gummy bears, and I still don't understand this shit. So I thought that was funny, and I was thinking I'll just keep hacking away at it until I figure out more and more and kind of get a better picture of it all. So people come
it's like
on
the letters, right? The A, B, B, the small a, small b, and then the other ones will have a B and an A and an A and a B.
And then when you add in like back crossing, interbred, selfing, F1s, 2s, what to expect out of them.
Very similar, but it's a very simplified version of what's really going on.
Yeah. So that's
which goes to show the dedication and hard work that people are putting in to get you these seeds that are growing fire.
And that brings up
straight fire.
Brings up a good point that people talk about. I just heard this come up. I want to say it was Miss Jills, maybe was on somebody's show recently talking about this, that when someone goes through and takes the time, say, I don't know, a year, 2 years, 3 years to make a seed line, right? And keeps breeding, crossbreeding, figuring out, what's good and what isn't, and doing putting all that work in. And then they release their seeds, and then someone goes and takes that seed and immediately crosses it with something else and starts selling it with that name attached to it.
That's not right.
Like, you got all this time into that. So I always wonder where the middle ground is there, because I feel like if you buy a pack of seed, you should kind of be able to do what you want to do with it. But I also see on like the person's end who made the seeds, they have a lot of space, time, energy, electricity, like the whole 9 yards into making all that and getting it squared away, for you to go ahead and just kind of take one little step and just tweak it a little bit and get some money out of it. It just seemed a little weird. And I was thinking, where is that happy medium? And I guess
I don't think they can ask the same amount of money though, because that seed that guy made with that other seed is not going to be the same at all. It could be anything. It could, it could pop out as whatever. There's going to be a bunch of recessive traits there. It's going to be an F1, right? Whereas what he bought was probably an F3 or 4 or 8 or whatever, you know what I mean?
Yes.
So when you cross it, you just eliminated all that work. But that's the name there. I get what you mean, you know, because the customer is gonna buy it. And he's gonna see that it's not, you know, you get what you pay for, right? So, I mean, it's a bit. It's like stealing in a sense that he's taken the name as fame, and they'll buy it because of the name. But they're not. What they're gonna grow out is potentially not going to be as stable as what they would have got for, you know, from the original one.
Right.
Because it's not the same.
It just seems like at this point, it's almost like, well, that's what Dr. Coco says. In his last, he's just posted in the chat that he was talking about genetics and recombination on his last Growcast. Our friend Jordan Rivers from Growcast. I'll have to check that one out. I don't think I heard that one, but and then they have that whole CRISPR thing that I recently learned about. Do you remember what that stands for? I can't right at the moment, but we did see it on there. But that's
splicing genes are.
Yeah, it's like a genetic scissors. That's how the guy mentioned it. Yes, it was pretty wild stuff, man. And I think but as far as, and then the other thing, crack babies, I wanted to mention, and this just struck me. It's kind of like totally changing topics, but that plant in front of you there that I topped, the one that I baked with the fan, it has a totally hollow stem, man, when I topped it. And remember, we was talking about the hollow stem was a big issue there for a while on a few different podcasts. And you know how topics come in waves. But that one there has a really hollow stem and you can see that it's back to node 3. So yeah.
The Amy Aces?
No, that's Matanuska Thunder.
Oh, that's a sativa too, right?
I don't know.
If I remember correctly there, that's a sativa strain.
You know what? This is going to sound weird. That's something I never really cared much about because I've had ones that we bought that were considered indica and they got long and lanky. So when I questioned it, I was told that most of them are hybrid, and that's more of just something.
Oh, they're all hybrid. There is no sativa and there is no indica. But sativa, as far as the structure, yeah, it's still a reference. It's still valid.
Yeah, I guess as far as the leaf structure, but they are fat. They're big, wide leaves and fat. So I think it's more of an indica-looking leaf myself. But
what about the node spacing? Usually that's my tell, like the spacing between the nodes. Like they'll be super stretchy.
Right
as
now,
babies.
I think it's going to be indica. I don't know, but we'll see.
Like my green crack was mid, you know what I mean? Medium. The super skunk that I grew from QCS there, the auto, that was super stretchy. Like the node spacing was 3 times the one of the cheese. And my green crack was in the middle, like it was maybe 2 or 3 inches. Because the other one was 6. You know? So some are really, really, like they just bolt, you know what I mean? And my lights aren't any different there. It's all the same U-moles and everything. Some are just really, so I call those sativas, the ones that really bolt there. I could be wrong taxonomy, but as a reference to, I picture the hazes, right? The haze structure and all that.
Yes.
Long, stretchy, and I assume those are the hollow stem ones as well.
Well, that's
might be environment driven.
We've heard so many different things. I'm not even sure what the final answer was on that question about the hollow stem. What do they call that? Autophythesis or something? And I remember some people saying if you grew the same plant in a different environment, it might not have a hollow stem. Some people said it was.
That's my contention. Is that the hollow stem is hot environment where it has to keep itself cool, and the solid stem is like Himalayas and stuff, or Afghanistan, super cold, and they have to really struggle to survive. So those would, definitely be dense and hard. And
I think
it makes sense to me. I don't know. I'm not a biologist or geologist or whatever.
Right. I think someone even mentioned like being at the center of the plant being hollow. Because when they mentioned it, I wanted to check. I kept a lot of the tops, the growth.
The stems will match the main branch.
Yeah, so I still have those, and I haven't checked.
I have every single trunk I grew. It's on my shelf. I'm looking at them right now. I could literally take a top shot and show you all the stem hollownesses.
Oh yeah,
based on the strain. I have them all.
Well, here's something.
Pretty cool, yeah.
You know, like if you have a 12-foot piece of steel rod and it's solid and you put it between, you know, two big things and put a weight in the middle, it's going to sag. But if you do that with a hollow rod of the same diameter and shit, it would be more rigid. You know what I'm saying? So when I
Because
see
it's not as heavy. There's
I want
less
the hollow
material.
stem, man. I want the stem that can hold more. I don't want a floppy stem, you know? Let's go.
I don't know, man. Like, remember, like your freaky stem there, the one that was sticking out all fat there on the Amy?
Oh my God.
I had the same stem on my, I called it the freak show there, but it was an unknown bag seed that fascinated. And it was that fascination stem there that got really fat and thick. And when I tried to super crop it, it was so wide and hollow that it literally bent. Like it busted like a straw, like a McDonald's straw if you bend it. You know how both sides will touch? That's what it felt like. It's like, holy shit, this thing is hollow. There's nothing in the middle.
I also thought about like, and I don't know, does fluid flow through that big hole in there? I don't think so.
I think it's hollow. It's just like it's a gas pressure.
Yeah.
It's not water pressure, but gas pressure, because you feel the pressure in it.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's water though. That's a good question.
It has to be some maybe capillary action kind of osmotic pressure sort of deal. I'm not really sure. I'm kind of picturing like a closed end straw that we're cutting in half, you know?
It's always heard that like the fluid flows in the material, not the hole, right?
Yeah.
So that means that hole potentially is pressurized with air or whatever. Like your tire, you know, in your car.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a good way to put it.
I'm checking out the chat here again. Automation's Freedom says he's growing 2 or 3 Amy Aces or girls. He's going to veg them up, take more clones. Awesome. It's nice to see other people that can like, you know, be a part of all that. Cause, we've, you know, Crack Babies has grown them and is going to grow more. And a lot of people are getting on those. Then they're talking about foxtailing Crack Babies, excessive heat causing foxtailing.
Only if it's on the top. Like if the top cola is getting super tall and skinny there and it's like one calyx on top of the other, I say that's bad, yeah. Because you're just like, you know, you can tell that it's not growing right. But I, like my last one there, the WG Mac I'm harvesting right now, it's all like foxtails. Little foxtail nugs, which are really nice. You know? It's just that it's not one big tall one. It's they're shooting out the sides of it.
They say they're good for washing, man. That's where all the surface space is. The people that make hash like that foxtail, but not one from heat. You know what I mean?
No, exactly. It's a genetic thing.
Yeah.
It's not a
Puffy
heat.
D.
Hello, Puffy D. Welcome in.
Hey, I'm gonna try this to see if I can give Doc a good shot of these colas and see what he thinks.
Okay.
Sure, go for it, man. Let me spotlight you your video real quick here, buddy.
Yeah.
So what's going on with those? What those? That's what you're talking about right there.
Yep. Foxtailing on pretty much all the tops.
Turn your phone to the side.
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, but that looks like new growth almost like it's
you see how it's
growing
stacking
again
up here?
Because it's all dark, and then all of a sudden there's the green, right?
Everything else is even some of these lowers. Let's see if I can get in here.
What do the trikes
Yeah, even
look
some
like?
of these immatures, they're doing it too.
It looks like you're almost like overgrowing it. You know what I mean? Overdoing it. Could it be?
Yeah, these are overdue. They should have been harvested a week ago.
Yeah. So then, wow. So that means that potentially, yeah, if you keep going, it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger as long as it's not too hot, right? Because then it potentially it'll be because of that.
That was the problem. Yeah, the heat was too high during the flower. See, I was having a problem with my humidity. It was going way low, and I had 3 humidifiers going to try to keep up with it, and it wasn't getting it above 30% in my flower tent.
Yeah.
So I decided to pull my exhaust from my window and have it just vent back into my lung room and just run the dehumidifier to keep it from getting too high. Yeah. Well, that caused the heat issues, and this is what I ended up with.
It's either or, right? It's like you solve one problem, but then you cause another because of it.
Right,
I'm in the same boat there. I have to kind of have the window halfway, and so it's a bit of both. You know what I mean? And then go check and okay, where is it at? Because I mean, you're always going to be pumping a bit of RH out, and if you can't provide it quick enough,
Right.
I know I'm sitting at 33 right now in the flower temp.
Well, now I have no problem with the humidity. It's perfect now. It's just that temperature, I've got to keep a real close eye on it. Like even right now, that fan says it's 76, and I kicked the air conditioner on to bring it back down, but I've been trying to keep it around 70.
Oh yeah.
Just to stop the foxtailing.
So I had to step out. I'm sorry. I really apologize. I just came back as fast as I could. What real quickly, Puffy, what do you think is the main cause of that foxtailing?
Oh, it's the heat. Yeah, it didn't start until the heat rose up. It was hitting about 80 degrees, and I was like, oh crap.
We stopped venting to try and prevent the RH from leaving, but then the heat rose, and it kind of did it in that way instead.
And I should have went ahead and kicked the air conditioner on just to, well, actually, I didn't even figure that it would bother it that much, but these GG4s have been really finicky throughout their whole flower.
For what? For holding out during flower?
No, they just been real finicky throughout the whole flower.
Oh, for the whole flower.
Yeah, they don't like the environment to to fluctuate much at all.
Yeah.
No doubt. That's and you know what? I've had that happen to us, and I've always looked less than upon those buds. Those buds would always be like, those are the ones that had the fresh tips when everything else was ready to go.
Yeah. I've never experienced foxtailing before.
Yeah, it's soft, and especially when it's my fault,
But the rest of the bud structure is nice and firm, and I mean the trikes are good, a lot of heads, got some cloud going on. So like I said, they could be pulled right now if I wanted to.
Well, when it happened to us, I'll tell you what we did, and we kind of came to the conclusion that we were going to cater to the masses. We had a whole bunch of I didn't want to try and chase down those turning brown by letting the rest of the plant go too long, or just I just kind of cut my losses on some of them. But I can't say that's right for your garden. That's just kind of where I ended up.
Maybe I could just cut them off.
Huh.
Cut all that new growth off whenever I trim. Just do a wet trim on it and cut those off.
Put it right in the hash pile, brother.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be a really, really heady high, might cause a little paranoia, but.
Put those in your brand new Magobi trim tray and trim them up.
I need to get me one of those. I definitely need to get me one of those.
For sure. Yep. But no, those I like the fade on those. Look at that purple, and that's a beautiful.
It is a beautiful plant, and I would like to say that like Smart said, we've had some that foxtailed from heat stress that we had caused, and it cured up nice. I thought, in my opinion, it was good smoke, and Smart had a different opinion of it. I think he was just slighted from it but I thought it was good. So not necessarily mean it's like, going to be a bad thing. I've already learned that, it could look real bad, a lot of foxtailing, and turn out to be fire bud. It's good smoke, good high.
In my defense, I will say this, and I love you. I love you very much, my dear.
We can agree to this.
The most of the reason that for ours looking like that was because of HPS. So it was a little bit of heat and a little bit of intensity overload there, the hot spots on it and stuff. So it so much wasn't the whole room being heated as much as it was a certain area. And I felt like the terps. I felt like some of my terps got cooked off with that light, and that's why I didn't like. When I switched to LEDs, I was like, wow. So
right now I'm sitting at like 40% on my light. I dropped it way down just to get rid of that much more heat out of this tent.
Right. Less stress just to kind of back them off. That's smart. It's good when you get into ripen phase there to back it off a little bit, I think.
Yeah, especially if it's overdue, right? You don't want to blast it for nothing there.
You're
I don't want to, like you said, I don't want to cook the tops.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I just backed it down. Yeah, that was my only concern is with the foxtailing, how much longer is it going to push my flower time?
Well, you just decide, you just chop it whenever it's ready, because it's ready now. It's just, it's trying to keep going. That seems like new growth to me. I've never seen it like that, because I always take them down, but you know what I mean? It's like it's a second life or something.
Yeah, it's continuing to produce new growth at the top. That's what it is those calluses are stacking right on top of each other, kind of like wheat, kind of like wheat does.
Yep. My personal opinion is take it as originally planned, because I don't think, I feel like,
That's foxtailing. That's
well, I like that answer anyway, because my New Year's Grow Challenge plans are not flipped yet.
Oh,
so these need to leave so I can get them in here.
Damn.
And
they must be getting big. You're gonna have to top them again.
If I top them again, I think it'll overcrowd my canopy once they grow out. Once they go through their stretch.
Yeah, they'd be.
I think we're being scolded a bit in the chat there. Dr. Coco's trying to clear it up. It is not foxtailing.
Oh.
I believe they are just open calyx structures not caused by heat or stress, is what he says.
So it's
maybe
not done then, Doc. He should still let her go, because it looks like it's done, but then
yeah, it does. They look done. I mean, the trikes look done. Anything above this,
gotta join
this
in.
new growth,
we can't hear you.
Is done. Yeah, I can't see the chat right now, so.
And I can't hear Doc. I'm not looking. I'm trimming, man. I'm back on the trim gang.
I'll try to read through here and see. I'm trying to keep up with the chat here a little bit. Yes. Trying to smoke a joint here. But yeah, nonetheless, it's a beautiful grow. I love the fade on that purple and red and beautiful, beautiful buds.
Oh, this Mac is just beautiful. OCG did a great job putting WG in there. Watermelon.
Oh,
there. Oh.
Yeah, but I can't wait to get these other 6 plants under this whole day and see how they do with it. I mean, these are all new strains that I've never grown before. And that's including the golden slurricane. That's a new cross. So I don't know what it's going to do either. But the parents both have the same, pretty much structure on branches, and the buds on the gold leaf turn out bigger than the slurricane, and that's what I'm kind of hoping for is the slurricane profile with the larger size buds.
Here we go. Doc's in the house.
Yeah.
All right, Doc.
He's gonna
school me here.
MJ Coco, thanks for coming in.
He just did a Growcast thing live there. I saw some pictures, but I'm like, where's Doc? It doesn't. You don't know who's who, right? I don't think he was in there. I don't know.
Am I here? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
No, you're 5 by 5.
Cheers.
All right. How's everybody doing today? I just woke up. I'm like, oh, there's shows on. I got to listen to their show. And I've just been like listening.
Good morning, Doc.
Just when you think you're out, they pull me back in, right?
Just when I was free at last.
Are you
no Mexican plans, Buffy D. I don't think that's foxtailing, man. I think that's just something that happens. Some strains just start sort of growing open calyxes at the end. They don't lengthen much. They usually stay within it, like, a couple centimeters or so. Yeah. They often form lower on the buds as well as right at the top. And you're getting them all throughout the plant, right? You're getting them on lower buds. Not
even some of these lowers, it's doing the same thing, just not as bad.
So that's unlikely to be foxtailing. Foxtailing usually happens when one particular flower gets, usually too close to an HPS light. If foxtailing is really something that is harder to provoke with LEDs because there's no sort of single point of intensity. It's usually provoked by that heat on that one cola that then shoots off oftentimes like a long single calyx structure that's a foxtail, like inches long, over 2-3 inches long.
Actually, it might bleach first, right? On a LED.
If it's light, that's what I was going to say, that foxtailing is not usually the first sign of light damage. If it's light damage, you'll usually see, well, first some signs that look like nutrient deficiencies, and then bleaching, and then you can start to see sort of foxtailing of the bleached area. But that's really caused by the light density, not by the heat. You should be fine even in the low 80s running with LEDs. So you had mentioned like getting scared because it had gotten up to 80 degrees Fahrenheit.
Right.
That really should be fine. That's actually a pretty optimal place to be running in terms of photosynthesis. It's that spot that gets up above 90 something, or maybe even hits hotter than that. And in order to get foxtailing appearing all throughout the tent like that, it would have had to have been, the whole tent would have had to get up over 100 or something. It's just really an unlikely scenario to try to understand. So when the plants start to develop like that, like all over, that's usually just part of their sort of genetic expression.
So it's just really because it's going too long, right?
Yeah, it might be because you're pushing the whole plant longer, and it just starts putting off more flowers. If you really go past the point of sort of harvest, it also happens at the end with some strains that they just start sort of like bursting out the flowers a little bit.
Just when you want to pull it, it's like, it makes you.
No, I've definitely had that experience, right? Where you're like about to cut and you go in that day, you're expecting to cut and you see like all these new white pistils growing on some like flowers that look like they're new structures. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a 8 to 9 week strain, and today actually is starting week 10.
Yeah. Sounds like
I think it's probably time to cut it, and I think you're probably going to be, it's probably going to be a strain that treats you like a later harvest. But I don't think you've done damage to the flowers. That's really what we're worried about with foxtailing. Foxtailing, it's not so much that the foxtail itself is a problem. The foxtail is a sign that you've damaged the cola that the foxtail is growing out of.
Okay.
But
so
I think your plants look good. I think overall your plants look good. I've had plants like that too, with like that looks so fuzzy at harvest time, and you're like, the calyxes should curl up and turn brown and like not be there anymore by this stage.
Right.
But some of those strains, let's see, I grew a shining silver haze that did that. It was just the fuzziest plant to cut down, but it had to come down. It was like way long. And turned into just an amazing smoke on that plant. That was the plant that I called the best plant. So
they turn brown in the dry.
Yeah, they definitely turn brown in the dry. And sometimes you just have harvestable flowers with a whole lot more pistils than you're used to.
Okay. Yeah, this is the first strain that I've ever grown that's done this. And I've grown a lot of strains.
Yeah,
So
that really, what is it? What strain is it?
It's a Gorilla Glue.
That's Gorilla Glue.
Yeah.
It's definitely growing different than the Gorilla Glue I grew. It really looks kind of similar to that shining silver haze plant that I was talking about, with sort of long colas that aren't too fat, but they're long and sort of dense all the way up and down, and kind of just, fuzzy from all the pistils.
Yeah, these come from cuts and not from seed.
From the original GG4?
That's questionable. I doubt it's the original, but I'm not sure where he sourced it.
Well, that's from. That's actually around a lot. There was one plant, the fourth phenotype of the cross, that originally was considered the best, and they took a bunch of cuttings and passed the cuttings around, especially here in Southern California, I believe. So there are still mothers kept from that original plant or kept from the clones of that original plant. And that really is properly GG4. And then a ton of people have crossed it with other things and selfed it and tried to do other things to claim that it's available in a seed. But that original cross is only available as
a cut. Yeah.
Clone only.
Yeah.
Well, good. That sets my my mind at ease, and also
yeah, I think you're going to have a great harvest.
Get these down and get them out of here, so I can get my New Year's Grow Challenge plants in here and get them started.
Yep, I think you're going to have a good harvest.
Yeah, this was after a 2-week veg, and I didn't even expect them to get this big.
Yeah, that's pretty big for that short of a time.
Yeah, you doing high frequency fertigation?
Yes.
Yeah, plants get freaking huge during the stretch when they're getting well watered. So when they're
I love this method. Once I switched to this, I instantly fell in love just from the reaction that the plants were giving me. I was like, yeah, this is the way to go.
Yeah, it's fun to grow plants that are like race cars, and you come back every day and they look like notably larger than they were the day before. No,
yeah, you can definitely see the changes through it. So yeah, I'm very happy with this method, and this is the one that I'll be sticking with for a long time. You know, as long as I'm growing in cocoa anyway.
Cheers to that. Cheers to that. But no, I needed to jump in because you're lamenting and sort of worrying about your harvest, but I see things going pretty well. It's probably taking a little bit long, but I like strains that are taking a little bit long sometimes.
Okay. Yeah, that sets my mind at ease, definitely.
You were waiting though, Puff? Because you still saw white pistils coming out?
Yeah, new growth and everything. And, looking at them under the scope, they're crystal clear. So, I didn't know what to do. And,
I'm right in that area. Some plants just don't mature all at once,
It'll happen after you chop them, kind of thing?
Yeah, I mean, they keep maturing for a while after you chop them. It's like bacon.
That's what Magister Templi in the chat said, that he saw foxtailing, or they saw foxtailing like that. Whenever they had a plant that was having a hard time going from milky to amber. And I've had a couple plants over the years that seem to not want to change to amber. They just seem to go long. And after a while, it's just like, it's time for it to go. It's milky.
Yeah. And I'm increasingly of the opinion that like waiting for amber in those situations is probably not the indicator of harvest or the indicator of ripeness. There are some strains that really are reluctant to ever go amber on their trichomes.
My cheese was all white milk. There was never anything else. It's like, okay, that's it. I'm just taking it.
Yeah, exactly. I'd be comfortable taking a strain like that was sort of all milky trichomes, for sure. I don't think we fully understand what's going on inside the trichomes as they change color and appearance. Some of the assumptions that we've been working under for a long time really seem not to be valid, based on lab testing of different strains that come back with, different observed trichome characteristics. So
I think it's more like the white will turn black, but I've had strains where there's all sorts of colors. There's burgundy, there's orange, there's yellow, gold, and those colors are there like way before the plant's done. That you see them fill up, but then, like the cheese one, you'd see like they were all milky, but then there would be one black one, So I think that one's more like
black. I don't know that I've seen
black, but really
truly
dark,
black trichomes.
Like very dark compared to the colored ones,
I've seen some
that I would say would be more like the overdone one.
Hemp with Gigi had some not long ago that were like pink.
Those were nice.
Yeah, that was awesome. And I was thinking, the first thing I thought was washing the hash and seeing the water turn purple.
Imagine pink rosin. Wow.
Yeah.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I really, hopefully we're going to learn a lot more about what's going on there in the next few years, I would say. We've learned a lot in the last few years, but so far it's basically just been tearing down the structure of what we used to believe.
It used to just be THC, right? And all of a sudden, terpenes. And
now so we're definitely thinking that the colorations, it's probably related to the maturation of some of the prime cannabinoids. but it's probably also related to terpenes. And it's not as simple as we used to think with THC sort of oxidizing into CBN, and that oxidation essentially being like a rusty color, and that's what you're seeing as the amber.
There's more to it.
We sort of know that that's not the case because we've lab tested strains that are more amber and less amber, and they don't have more or less CBN. So something else is sort of provoking that shift. And until we fully understand it, we're basically, I would say the trichome color is a proxy more than a true measure of what we're sort of looking for. Or if it is, we don't really know exactly what we're looking for at this point. At least I don't.
Yeah, Frenchie would say that too. It's like, it's not about the trichome, it's really about the look of the plant overall.
Yeah, well, it certainly has to include the look of the plant overall and like the age of the plant overall and stuff like that.
I think that happens to a lot of people. The plant looks done, but they're looking at the trichomes and it's like, well, it's not amber yet, so they're still waiting, but maybe that's not a right choice, right?
Yeah, some long flowering strains, some sativa strains really won't go amber. I mean, they'll kind of cloud up and just stay there for weeks and weeks and weeks. And that may be because, you know, the terpene profile, for example, that whatever is provoking the amber in like the more indica dominant strains is just not present in those. That doesn't mean they're not ripe. It doesn't mean that they're not harvestable or that they're not at their peak. It just means that we don't have a good way of judging that, at least not sort of the way we have been doing it. So I would definitely recommend everybody take a more holistic approach to harvesting. It's not just about the trichomes. Consider multiple factors.
Right. And it's just like it's not always about just THC. But I do want to mention this. Our friend Limonene, who some of us know is grows big, huge greenhouses of plants and takes a lot of clones and everything, was telling us that he sends all of his, that because it's all medical where he grows, and he sends it out for testing. And he said, believe it or not, the highest THC percentage comes back on most of his strains at 50% clear, 50% cloudy. But that's just THC, which we all know there's the whole entourage effect or whatever. But I thought that was amazing. I was thinking, this is somebody that I respect and does a lot of testing. So that kind of just stuck with me. And I was thinking, that kind of flies against what I used to once think. So
I wonder where the terpene percentages sit.
I don't know at that point.
Yeah, but that makes sense though. That's also why, when we harvest strains earlier, they lead to sort of a more racy, buzzy high. That's like a THC dominated effect. It's not being mediated by CBN, CBD, other cannabinoids as much.
And maybe more flavorful. You know what I mean?
I prefer that over the couch lock effect. When you let your trikes turn a little bit more amber. I like to pull mine a little bit early just for that purpose.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this harvest goes for you then, Puffy. If you seeing as you're not seeing the amber that you would normally see, but since you let it go long, I bet well, at least my assumption is that it's going to be more like a longer harvested strain, right? A strain that you let go deeper. So it'll be interesting, and you can kind of continue to build in your own sort of understanding about when to harvest and what you're looking for based on that experience. Because I expect waiting for amber on that strain may have been like, waiting for Godot. It's not going to happen, and that doesn't mean that the plant isn't continuing to mature in those ways, and that the effect isn't continuing to sort of mature.
Oh, one thing I heard was the trike stalk leaning. You ever hear about that?
They start leaning?
Yeah, like it's, how it matures and it's standing up like a palm tree. It's real nice and straight. But then near the end of maturation, when they go amber, they tend to lean over, almost like they're
heavy.
Yeah, exactly. To the point where it'll literally fall off like fruit. The head will fall off the stalk.
That's interesting. I usually cut samples of my plants and bring them over to my desk and look at them under the microscope. And I try very hard not to sort of like damage the areas or touch the areas of the bud that I'm going to be like looking at under the microscope. But yeah, sometimes I wonder when I'm looking at it, if I'm looking at, if they're all smushed or something, I'm like, I must have just like dropped it on that side when I was moving the sample over.
Yeah. You want to get a spot where it's been undisturbed, like you pry a bud open there and you check them.
Right.
Just to make sure that it's not.
Now, do they bend over in the direction of gravity?
Yeah.
Or do they
gravity
bend over
source,
haphazardly
right?
as a result of like internal pressures?
Yeah, I think it's more like not necessarily gravity, but
They
that's
do
a
that
good question. That's a good question. I wonder if it's a thing where it loses its turgor pressure there. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, because I
starts
noticed
falling over.
they'll stand up clear until it's time to harvest. And because I've done that before, is like pulled buds out of jars that were in jars for a while. But now that you mentioned that, I guess they could have been smashed down by being in the jar. But after looking at them, they all had fallen.
But that's
Well, they're all
different.
drier
Exactly.
then by the time that they're in jars. So you've sucked a lot of the moisture, which has absolutely caused the loss of turgor pressure that
they wrinkle up the heads. They get all like disco ball-y there. They got a bunch of surfaces.
Like that on the plant. I don't think I've ever seen them like that fresh.
That was one of
you
the
definitely
things I look
see
for.
some amber. If you're really paying close attention, when they first start going amber, they look pretty much just like any other trichome, and the later ones will become sort of shriveled. I mean, I kind of think of that as like trichome death, at the end, where they're really kind of shriveling up a bit. And I mean, I'm imagining that's sort of what Crack Babies is talking about, or just a different way of sort of describing
exactly.
that.
It seems to shrink a little bit, like it's all like old looking. You know what I mean? Old hand looking.
When I start to see those trichome, I cut immediately.
Yeah, that's.
I'm like, oh shit, they're dying on me.
It's curing.
It's important. This is important stuff to go over too, because like as new growers come along, that's a very big part. Like they got all the way to the end now. They don't want, how they want to get it down quick, once they start. So it's important to wait and let it get mature, and it's important to take those steps as well as the curing and drying and all that just as serious as you did getting to that point. So I know it was something that took me a while to I didn't know where to test, so now I test high, low, middle. I take an overall view, kind of know where we like it, how greasy it is. There's just certain little things you get these cues and it's ready to go, and for a new grower, it's important to really watch that and see that progression and kind of watch the overall plant develop and see how you like it. Because now Puffy might end up with some jars that's going to be perfect for his late night smoke. And
that's another really important point, Sma. I think a lot of harvesting is because you're looking at the plant every day. And it's really sort of a diachronic analysis that you do through time as you're watching sort of how the plant is developing and maturing. It's not just a snapshot, that synchronic analysis of like one moment in time. And when people show up in the chat rooms or the forums or whatever, they're just showing that one picture of the plant. And I think that you need more than that. You need to have seen the plant through the last couple of weeks. To me, at least, that's a better sort of understanding about when the plant is ready, based on sort of how the plant is subtly changing through that time. And it's not even something that I can specifically say about a strain. It's just that you see the plant slow down and kind of change the way that it's maturing, I guess.
It's the difference, right? You don't see, there's nothing to compare to.
Well, I know I always tell people in the chat when they come in and that they'll flash at one picture of a close-up trichome. I'll say, can we see a picture of the whole plant? And then I also will tell them, especially if they're new, I'll say my advice when it comes to potting up and when it comes to harvesting is, especially if you're newer, is it's better to go later than early. And then you can always base it off of that later. You can, if you smoke that, you'll be able to watch the next round come through, maybe take them a little earlier. But I feel like you could be turned off much quicker if you go too early than you go late. You put all that work in, you don't get the effect you want. You get the racy or maybe not, a good buzz at all. So that's always been my advice. Go later rather than earlier, and then work it from there. Watch how it develops, and you can.
I also think if somebody's desperate, that they can cut a cold off their plant and start trying and curing it.
Yeah, you can always do a 2-part harvest and compare.
Yeah,
I did.
or do a harvest of a cola like every week for a few weeks when you're leading up to it, and then you'll have a sense of like, okay, well, this is definitely too early and I'm buzzing around, and this other one is really nice, and this other one's making me go to sleep. And
it's too easy to do with the Canatrol. Just plop it in there. It's all alone. I didn't care. It's like, yeah, it's sitting there empty.
Yeah, so I don't know. That's a thought.
Cool. Yeah,
and it worked too, man. I was able to taste it like within 6 days because it was so small. It dried quicker, and yeah, man, the flavors were there. No cure, nothing. It was perfect. Imagine after the cure, it's gonna be way better. Way better.
Yeah, I like that about the Canatrol too, that you can get that free, just within days, practically. You can sample it and get a good gauge of what what it's going to taste like. I was very impressed with how well it tasted at that short amount of time.
I was expecting more green taste, and it wasn't. It's like, wow.
Me too.
Shout out to everybody in chat. I think they come here to come to listen to you, Doc, and hang out with us. So shout out to everybody for hanging out.
That can't possibly be true. Nobody even knew I was going to be here.
They come scroll.
You did say on one show that you would possibly come in, so potentially, yeah, I'd say so. They're just hoping you're coming in, man, and you did. So good.
That's a good guess then. I didn't know I would be here.
You never know.
You did say
Doc
you were
might show
going to
up.
come on more often and join us.
Exactly.
There you go. Well, see, I'm doing it. I'm
You're
here.
proving it.
And we appreciate it. I really appreciate it. I like I said, I've been kind of racking my brain on those all that green up top on my buds, and yeah, you come in perfect time.
Yeah,
good advice because I had no clue. Like it's rare that someone goes too long, right?
Yeah.
Like you're always wanting to pull it as soon as you can. So
yeah, I tell you, Puffy, if it hadn't been for that plant that I was talking to you about, I mean, I probably wouldn't have been as confident as that, but I really did have a plant that went through very similar situation. And I kept thinking, I got to let this plant go longer. I got to let this plant go longer. And I grew two seeds of Shining Silver Haze that run. And the other one came down. The other one really flowered differently too, as well. And that other one was still up there, and it's still up there, and it's still like covered in white pistils and like long kind of fuzzy buds where I'm used to all the pistils kind of curling up towards the end.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was fantastic smoke. So I think your plant, I think that's just sometimes something that happens with, different strains and the way that they mature and develop. So I don't think it's a problem at all. I think you're going to enjoy that plant.
Cool. Yeah, I've been looking to grow some good Gorilla Glue for a while, and I just hadn't had the opportunity to get some cuts or any seeds or anything. So once I saw that a buddy of mine had these, he went ahead and gave me the cuts for them, and just to try out. So this whole growth with this strain is all a new experience, and everything about it has been new. I haven't seen it grow anything like anything else that I've ever grown before.
Yeah. Cool. Maybe it'll smoke like nothing you've ever smoked before too.
Exactly.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
I got some gelato glue mixer or whatever. It was an auto, but shit, that's really good, man.
Hey, I wanted to bring something up in the chat here. I know we drug Dr. Coco away from his breakfast, but I don't know how long you plan on staying, but I want to throw this out there. It's more of how do I want to say it? I guess this is just a inquisitive question. It's what are trichome shells made of? This is Rocinante. I've heard trichomes are modified epidermal cells, but what is the structure actually made of? Is it silica, glucose polymers? I can't find it on the internet. That's a pretty in-depth question. Definitely one for the doc. If you happen to know anything about that, I thought it was more of, like I said.
Yeah, I don't have the answer that I think he's looking for right off of the top of my head in terms of sort of where the components, but they are modified epidermal cells. I understand that too. So no, I'll look into the like sort of what the chemical constitution of the shell of the trichome.
Wax, right? Like a waxy kind of thing.
Yeah, well, I mean, it would be
it's watertight.
It would be a cellular material. I don't think. I mean, it's a membrane of some variety. I'll have to figure it out. I don't know.
Because they always talked about lipids and waxes in the rosin were preventing carts from being used. Like you couldn't fill a ceramic sea cell because it would always clog it up because of the lipids and the waxes. And I always assumed that was the trichome head.
Yeah.
It might be the plant material though.
Yeah, I was going to say the leaves,
and it may be the material within
material.
the trichomes, not sort of the casing of the trichomes itself.
Oh, you're right, because that was from hash too, and it was still the same problem. So that means it's
silica sounds like a great answer.
Yeah, silica is incorporated broadly through sort of the plant structure. But again, it's not just sort of like made out of silica. The plant uses things like silica as a building block in some elements, and it uses the rest of the nutrients that we use to produce its own building blocks to manufacture its own starches, lipids, proteins, carbohydrates, etc. So it's not just something that the plant absorbs and then repurposes. It's something that the plant constructs for itself.
Yeah, I heard silica was used somewhat as a replacement for carbon in certain processes. That makes sense?
Yeah, I suppose silica could serve a similar function as carbon in some in those processes.
Like if you added silica, that potentially it could reallocate the carbon to other uses and use the silica for like cannabinoid production or whatever, just to supplement whatever carbon's already there. Or something like that.
Okay, potentially, but really plants, it's not that plants want to have access to silica to begin with. So if they didn't, I would think that that's the condition where they're repurposing, some carbon molecules to serve that function that they would have preferred to do with silica. And if they get silica back, then they'll start using it again. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I was thinking the opposite. Like if there was a lack of carbon, then they would use the silica to do the carbon's job. So the silica,
the carbon, if there's a lack of carbon, they're not going to be able to do photosynthesis.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah,
the carbon that the plants, the carbon doesn't come up through the roots. Carbon is a product of photosynthesis. This is where plants take in carbon dioxide and release the oxide part, release the oxygen and keep the carbon. That carbon becomes the building block of the basic building block of the plant. It's literally taken right out of the air. So if there isn't enough carbon, the plant can't live, right? That's the lack of carbon dioxide in the air. That's
so what if there was a process that was somewhat life-threatening? Would it then be able to use the silica to do what carbon would have done?
No.
Okay. Because that's kind of
you can't use silica to do carbon to do photosynthesis.
Unless carbon is used for other processes once it's created.
Yes, it is. But if there's not enough carbon, then that's a sign that there's not enough photosynthesis, which is a sign that the plant is really struggling to live.
Oh, that's right. And the energy comes from the sun, not the newts.
The energy comes from the sun, and it's combined with carbon dioxide in photosynthesis to create photosynthates, which are all carbon based. And the carbon comes from the carbon dioxide in the air. This is why plants take carbon dioxide out of the air, right? This is why, like, we plant forests, or we want to not cut down forests in terms of like the carbon dioxide sink issue. When you look at a tree next time, this has always been something that I've been able to do and just be fascinated by. Just look at a tree and realize that the mass of that tree all of the carbon in that tree came right out of the air. The plant pulled that mass out of the air and built itself out of that.
Those sequoias in California, it's like, whoa.
Yeah, no, it's wild because we think like it's sucking something up out of the ground and building itself with the stuff. It's not. It's building itself with carbon dioxide from the air, from the carbon and carbon dioxide from the air. And so when you look at a big tree like that, or even when your cannabis plant's in your tent, you're taking carbon dioxide out of the air in that process. And some growers are also releasing carbon dioxide into the air to make it easier.
So why is CO2 the enemy?
Oh, it's a greenhouse.
The whole plant kingdom loves it.
The whole plant kingdom loves it. And the plant, one of the consequences of elevating global carbon dioxide is going to be increased vegetation.
The plant loves it because it still has it in its DNA. Back whenever the Earth was a CO2 rich atmosphere,
it'll recapture it all. Yeah.
Yeah. So it still has that DNA. Is that right, Doc? And so when we load up that, put the conditions right, it's able to process that much because at one time it did. Is that, is that correct?
Yeah, well, to an extent, yeah, there's excess solar energy at this point that plants would be able to better utilize if there were more carbon dioxide, for sure.
Oh yeah, like us adding CO2 in the tent.
Right. This is us adding CO2 to the globe and realizing that a lot of plants are CO2 limited, especially during like the peak daylight hours. So if they had more carbon dioxide, assuming they also had access to more nitrogen and other nutrients and water and everything else, they will be able to grow more.
This came up on one of your podcasts, I think, with Jordan Rivers a long time ago, and it was you said as humans pollute the atmosphere with CO2, our plants will inevitably be able to take slightly heavier and heavier doses of densities of light.
Yep. I mean, and growers report that to me all the time. They're like, well, I grow in my basement and I got a CO2 monitor and I'm at like 600 ppm or
that's me.
Yeah. So you can, if you know your local carbon dioxide, you can dial in your sort of localized PPFD limits. I wouldn't go much higher if it's just 600, but you can start creeping a little higher probably without problems.
We'll just get closer to the actual regular limit, right? Like I used to go to 1,000, but it was borderline. But now knowing that I'm at 6 or 7, well, I can get a little closer to that 1,000 without worrying. But I wouldn't go over it, right? Because just in case it comes back down. It's only as good as the lowest reading.
So how's your grow going?
What was that, Smart?
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut Crack Babies off. I thought he kind of trailed off there. I thought he stopped.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask Doc, how's your grow going, man? We got into asking all these questions.
I'm happy with my 4 plants. I finally moved them into my 4x4, which was sort of necessary. They're on 12/12 now, but I think I'm pretty sure yesterday was the first 12-hour darkness. So I was, almost a week late on the flip, I guess. I started walking them into the flip. And then I went into water and I'm still freaking hand watering. And I turned off the light to hand water one night after the light had only been on for like 4 hours. And turned the light off to go in and hand water. And then I didn't turn the light back on until the next day. And that totally screwed them up. So then I put them back on the lawn. I kind of reset my whole effort to walk them into flowering nice and calmly. But I finally got there yesterday. Was the first day on 12/12. I gotta get the stupid auto watering system set up.
Yeah, man.
I don't feel bad, Doc. Mine's still in the veg tent waiting on these Gorilla Glues to get taken out so I can move them over. And
well, you'll be able to do that soon now. So
that too. Yeah. Thankfully. I was ready to get them out like a week ago.
I just need to take a day and do my damn auto water setup. But I just haven't been able to take a day yet, and I don't see one in the next week either, which
that's the worst part, because now you got to keep hand watering.
You need to hire yourself an assistant to do that for you.
To come over to the house and hand water my plants.
Yeah,
You know, at that point, it really would probably be easier to just set up the auto watering. I just got to bite the bullet on this. I mean, I'm probably just going to put the top feed system in and figure out something else for runoff, or use my self-draining saucers for runoff. It is the scales issue on the GrowTech system that's caused such a delay, and that will, I mean, it is also sort of causing me to delay the installation because I feel like it's going to take a while. But I should at least set up the top feed, or, you know, I mean, if I have to bail, I should set up my old system, because the old system would only take like an hour to set up. The whole issue is I've wanted to set up the new GrowTech system, and I kind of want to make sure that I'm understanding what I'm doing in that process.
Yeah, I've noticed that I've overwatered at nighttime, and if I try to adjust it, then I underwater slightly during the daylight hour. It seems like.
Well, he's got that set up, so if you plug it into the lights, or plug it into the timer at the lights, it will adjust itself. But he has it programmed to do that first watering when it returns, as a heavier watering to make up for the water deficit over the dark period. But like we've talked about, Swan, I don't think that that's the right solution, and that's sort of the other issue, I guess.
That's indicative of you running just one tent on, and everything off of that same GrowTech system is on the same light schedule, and that's not always that's not. So how could it, I can't have it unplugged when I need it to water other plants that is lights on right now. You know what I mean? I split the system between two tents. One of them is going to be lights on while the other one's lights off. So I can't unplug it during lights off. I'd have to have two systems, one for each tent. Does that make sense?
Oh, you're not watering both at the same time. Yeah, you're right.
I have to have it plugged in 24 hours a day, which means it's automatically going to water the tent with the lights off and overwater it during lights off.
We should have a call with DJ one of these times. I've had some really interesting calls, just kind of talking to him about the system and thinking about how it should work, and he's pretty receptive to those ideas. So.
I want to make sure that everybody listening and everybody knows that DJ's a good friend of ours, and he did tell me that my feedback was going to be important to help him move further. And
yeah, it really is. And that's why you got a system, I think, in the first place, was to, you know, make sure that we want good feedback from good growers to be able to refine this. And these are exactly the kinds of issues. So
yeah, it's not a bashing him or anything at all.
No, not at all.
I just don't want anyone to get the wrong idea. I love DJ and the system, and I think it has a lot of potential, and this is just part of the hiccups. And I actually feel kind of honored to be involved early on and to be able to help him in this way, and to be able to see this come to fruition all the way, and to see you doing it, because I know you're really big on the runoff part and how you're going to help out with that. So
yeah. And, you know, I'm really interested. We've been having that other conversation. I asked a bunch of you about how many gallons per day, and maybe I could ask the crowd here, how many gallons per day under peak water needs in a 4x4 tent under high frequency fertigation in cocoa? How many gallons per day do you use, or have you used, if you've run high frequency fertigation in a 4x4 tent? One of the things that I'm been aware of for a while, but every time I ask questions like this, I become sort of more keenly aware of, is it's very easy to waste water. You don't have to growing in this system, but it's very easy to overwater. There's no plant risk to overwatering. So a lot of people err on that side. You know, you could water twice as much, there's no risk. But if you water, 25% less than you're supposed to, you could hurt your plants. So it's just easier to err on that side. And that ends up being really wasteful in a way that we don't have to be wasteful at all like that growing like this. We need a little bit of runoff, but I think people often get a lot of runoff, which is ultimately very wasteful. So having a system that is able to dial that back, right, and is able to sort of just give the amount of water that you need to maintain the grow, and be able to monitor that so you always get as much as you need to maintain the grow, but you're not, dumping gallons of water down the drain. I think is a huge benefit, not only cost saving to growers, but, sustainability wise as well.
Well, it reinforces cocoa as far as being sustainable.
Yeah.
That was the big gripe there. It's like, oh, you're wasting all this water. Well, not anymore.
Yeah. For sure. You can definitely waste a lot of water by just overwatering and getting too much runoff. And it's hard to judge, like what's 10% of the initial quantity or what's 20% of the initial quantity. 20% is often probably more than you need. And I think a lot of growers end up getting probably more than that.
Yeah.
So
overdoing it just to be sure,
They're overdoing it just to be sure. And
how long can you wait to see your
sure.
runoff? You know what I mean? Sometimes you got, if you're in late flower and you got a thick volume of roots in there, you're gonna have to wait a while to see your runoff.
Yes.
So
yes. And that's actually what I've talked to DJ about that. That might be a different way to approach the same problem. Rather than using scales, we may be able to time it from the onset of fertigation to the time when runoff appears in the tray. It would depend on container size and some other things. But I really want to get in with DJ and think through that system and set it up the way that would water the plants the best, right?
Right. He said he's going to be very receptive to that, and I think he's looking for that. He's like reaching out, trying to figure that out exactly, so he can do his tweaks. But
I've had, like I said, I've had several really good conversations with him. He's very receptive, and I think that you've got some good feedback to share with him as well. So we should try to set up a call where you could share some of that.
Sure. And so you're asking the question of, you have a question for the chat as well as for the panel here, I guess, and you've already asked me, and I believe I've answered is.
Yeah. So just how many gallons a day under peak water needs with a full canopy in a 4x4? In a 24-hour period. So high frequency fertigation, some people do 3 times a day, some people do 8 times a day. It should be about the same amount of water over a 24-hour period, because the 8 times would be much smaller than the 3 times.
Yeah, but isn't there a lot of variables in there? Like each plant, each strain, will take up a different amount throughout the day.
No.
And your environmental conditions may have a factor in that too, wouldn't it?
Environmental conditions are a consideration for sure. Fortunately, most well set up grows monitor their internal performance in a fairly tight range. Whereas the outside temperatures may be radically different. The temperatures and humidities within our grow tents are in a fairly tight range, unless you're out of range for whatever reason. So
right.
it shouldn't vary tremendously in that regard. But you're right. If one grower is sort of running hotter and drier, but still within the range, and another grower is running, a little cooler and a little bit moisture, they'll have different rates of transpiration and evaporation within that tent. So it's related to VPD, right. But we're all staying within a pretty narrow range of VPDs.
I don't want to say my guess, because I'm afraid that I will. If you're talking about a full 16 square foot canopy and peak, everything's pounding on full cylinders, how much water are they running a day? I said 4 to 5 gallons is about what I think. And I've never really measured it, but just off the top of my head, hand watering, I think I would go probably about a 5-gallon bucket in that tent every day.
With
AWC, 4x4,
there's no runoff, right? So I can literally tell you.
I was
exactly
thinking a gallon of plant a day.
That's about
well,
right.
That just depends on how big the plants are.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, but I mean, if you usually grow 4 plants in the 4x4 or something, those are pretty big plants. But yeah, it really shouldn't matter plant count as much as, to some extent, canopy height, but really canopy square footage is what's going to matter the most.
Right. All that foliage.
Yeah, it's basically how much plant you have, right? Biomass. But to some extent, there's evaporation from the media, and that counts. And if you have more smaller containers, you're going to have more surface area to evaporate from. So that is a feature. If you have smaller containers, you also often, that doesn't necessarily matter, I suppose. More frequent fertigation usually leads up to a little bit more water just because you have a little bit more runoff each time, or a little bit more times when you have runoff. But see, I believe that number, Smart. It's about twice what my number is.
Rocinante says 5 gallons of water per 4x4 per 24 hours at 80 degrees Fahrenheit, 60% RH, roughly, which is about what I believe it to be as well. But like I said,
that just seems like, I mean, literally twice as much water as I would use.
Huh. And that's full jam, flour.
2.5 gallons, 3 gallons max.
I'll say I believe I overwater a little bit.
I do.
There you go. That's how we started this conversation.
So maybe 4 gallons,
My plants will drink 2 gallons a day each plant.
Drink or
drink
runoff?
No runoff. It's DWC. Where's the water going to go? It's
yes.
evaporating.
Yes. Okay. So you have a better sense of really what your plants are. So what is the square footage of your plant? How much canopy is it occupying?
So that would be the bigger ones there, like a 5 gallon bucket, and let's say 2 and a 5x3 kind of thing. 2
plants filling a 5x3.
Yeah.
So they're each about 8 square feet.
What you see on the left there of my screen?
Yeah.
That's a 5x2.5. That's 2 plants.
Oh, that's a 5x2.5, and that's 2 plants.
So each one of those, potentially, when I get the full flower, they'll be drinking almost 2 gallons a day.
Now, if you scrogged those plants out, you could probably cover 10 square feet with them.
Probably, but they don't stretch too much. Those ones. But if you look at the ones like puffies there, that's my usual plant height. Then yeah, that could be potentially stretched out quite a bit. Like my monster there, the big Amnesia Haze. That one covered a whole 5x5, 1 plant. That was drinking a lot, almost 3 a day.
Right, but it's not going to be drinking more than any other arrangement of plants in a 5x5.
No, exactly. It's just that I have no runoff, so I can tell you more precisely what it drinks because there's nothing else but the transpiration.
I agree, but the reason I'm asking for this question doesn't pertain to DWC grows. It's ultimately to determine how much dehumidification power is needed in a space.
Oh.
And in order to understand the dehumidification power you need to know the daily watering. Similar to other things. You're adding a certain amount of water to the grow space every day, and you're going to need to take out an equivalent amount of water from the grow space each day in dehumidification if you're dehumidifying a sealed space. So in order to calculate dehumidification needs, you need to be able to calculate maximum water needs.
Do you know, like, if it's a percentage of the input that gets out back in the air? Like, let's say
about 99.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Damn. So it's almost all of the water that you provide into the grow space will end up as humidity in the air eventually. It either gets evaporated directly or it gets.
So
what's that?
2 gallons of plant.
I said I see it in my dehumidifier every day.
Yeah, exactly. You'd see it. Yeah. Because me, I push it all outside, so I don't really get to see it. And it's super dry in here, so I refunnel it back inside to reuse a bit.
No, I agree. I grow in a dry climate too, but if you're growing in a wet, humid, hot climate, you can't just vent. You need to dehumidify air at some point because there's no low moisture air to replace it with.
And I think if it's a sealed environment, it's a big difference as well. You'll probably run into a lot of sealed environments as well as I think how you apply the fertigation will be part of the way too. I feel like if you was to do a flood and drain, it'd be different than if you put it on a drip or something. I just feel like there'd be a lot more. I don't know how you would.
Yeah, giving opportunity for the runoff to evaporate. So we really need to not allow the runoff to evaporate. Because that's shooting yourself in the foot. So all the rest of the runoff, all the rest of the water that you provide will eventually be evaporated. And a tiny fraction of it actually becomes incorporated in the plant. That's why I said 99% gets evaporated, right? Or transpired or evaporated, but like 1% maybe ends up like in the plant and stays there. Other than that, yeah, all the water goes into the air and we got to take it back out of the air. Just like thinking about like your heating or your air conditioning needs. How much heat are you going to be adding to the space? You need to completely offset that with cooling. How much moisture are you going to be adding to the space? You need to completely offset that with dehumidification.
There's a lot that goes into it, man. And when you start thinking about different things and scaling it up and down, and it's kind of pretty wild, the amount, the numbers that you can be dealing with, like pulling 50 gallons a day out easy, no problem, depending on your size or multiple,
Yeah. So in any event, I need to dial in, because one of the things that asking that question about water needs, everybody's coming back with numbers that are higher than I expected, basically. So one thought that I keep trying to shake is, am I underestimating this? Am I sure about my own numbers on how much water I use? That thought is definitely creeping into my head. The other is, how can we do this so that we're using less water, or that we're wasting less water? Because it's cool that the cocoa with HFF can be overwatered, right? It's cool that isn't sort of a problem. Because it allows us to do a lot of things in growing in cocoa that makes the media easier for us to manage.
I often tell people we use high frequency fertigation to raise our EC when we need it, and the same exact principles apply to lower the EC when you need to. And they kind of I think they start scratching their head until they work it through, play the tape all the way through. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, exactly. You can change a lot, because you can just water again whenever you want to. If you do anything wrong, you just water again. But the bad side of that is a lot of growers can set up grows that are wasteful. A lot of growers can set up grows that are getting 50 or 60 or 70% runoff when you really only need 10%. And, the 10% it's not sort of the principle that we're going for. It's a safe management practice. The principle that we're going for is maintaining the root zone EC primarily. It's also, it means mainly maintaining the root zone EC, and it's giving us something to monitor the root zone EC with. If your EC is fine, if you can test it on the runoff, you only need enough runoff to test. You don't really need much more than that, until it starts showing problems, and then get a little bit more runoff or whatever. But if this system with DJ could be dialed in to get just the right enough runoff to get everybody safe. And I see one of the biggest advantages of this is it would save so much water. It would save so much runoff.
Oh yeah, I got ideas too, just from talking to you and from what I see, that he could. This could really be dialed into a slightly different than what it is now, and be very appealing to people that grow in this style of growing.
Yeah, for sure.
Very much so.
For sure. It's an idea whose time has come. We just need to work through some of these kinks. And that's what the beta testing is all about, right, Smont? So that's what you're up to there. You're beta testing the system.
Yeah, for sure. That'll be fun to get it all dialed in and be able to work it through. And when it is firing on all cylinders, man, that's going to be nice, because you'll still be able to come in here, do your reservoir checks and different things, but not have to really be tied to the grow like we once was.
and also able to supply our plants with a nice, consistent, healthy root zone, EC, and oxygen and everything just really hitting right there. And I already noticed that we have a plant in the dark right now. Amyasis is just exploding, man. And it's all goes back to, a lot of it, I should say, goes back to the high frequency fertigation. And it's amazing stuff to always have your roots in a healthy environment and with the correct NER and perfect solubility with the pH and everything's just going good. It's amazing, man, and I love it. And, I always tell people, to grow this. I always encourage people that you use this style of growing because I've had such success with it, and that's how. It's good.
I've been lucky with my bennies because you know how it is with DWC. If you didn't have the bennies, you had to flush your res once a week. And that was super wasteful for water,
Yeah.
You could let it drain there till it's almost empty and then do it, but still you're wasting every week there. So now with the bennies, with no draining of the res, I'll do it 2 or 3 times the whole grow. That's it.
Yeah, I agree. If you're draining your DWC system, DWC can become the most water wasteful way of growing.
Yeah. So by doing what I'm doing now, I basically it's better than cocoa. There's almost no waste at all.
Yeah.
It's good that we've all been conscientious about that and trying to figure out the best way to process the runoff. And I think Dr. Coco said he's gonna he likes the philodendrons or something that really
philodendrons.
Yeah.
First of all, I really like philodendrons because I have these plant clips and I grow them up around the walls inside my house with plant clips. So it makes the whole house be very kind of, jungle feel, which is nice. They're the creeping plants. So they'll grow long lines that you can weave around your house or whatever. And they process a lot of our runoff. They process all of our runoff really effectively. They can handle pretty high doses of it. They grow really well when you're feeding it to them. So they're a great sort of wastewater processing plant.
It's like a vine, I think. It grows all over the place.
Aren't they really
they're basically
good
vines.
air purifiers too?
Yeah, exactly. They clean the air. They suck up the carbon dioxide and other stuff. They produce more oxygen in your space. We have a lot of plants around sort of the living areas of our house. And my wife waters almost all of them, although she's figured out exactly sort of each individual house plant's dosing needs. But she's always coming to me. And when I have water to give her, runoff water, she's happy about it. I mean, the plants are happy. She's like, oh, good. I know which plants I'm going to give these to or whatever. So runoff water I don't produce a lot because I really try to dial it in. I really try to get just the amount of runoff that I need. And B, we're really good at repurposing it. So it's a commodity. I mean, it's a valuable resource. My wife's always looking for more.
That's good stuff. Ross Sanate is asking in the chat, can I put my runoff on my compost? And that's a good question. I never thought about trying to process waste that way, but I don't think microbes process salts.
No, they don't. They don't. So the nutrients support photosynthesis, and they will be taken up by plants that photosynthesize. There's not much in a compost pile that could use that at all. You can grow plants to then put in your compost pile if you wanted to.
Right.
The fact of the nutrients that we use, they're going to be processed by plants. It's really the only thing they can be. They can precipitate a solution, but even then they're probably going to end up being taken up by a plant. And that's why there's such a problem in the environment. They'll cause algae blooms if they get into open sources of water, because those algae are plants that will photosynthesize, and they'll be able to use the nitrogen in particular that's in our runoff water and reproduce in this big bloom of algae.
Starving everything else off, kind of thing.
Yeah, starving everything else out of all sorts of stuff.
If you check I know our little grows are different, but as far as like on a large scale, like the plains where they grow all the wheat and stuff, and they have all the agricultural runoff, it goes into the Mississippi River, goes down through the Delta, Mexico down there, the Gulf of Mexico, and it kills off and makes it right. Am I right? There's like a big, huge anorectic.
Yeah, that's primarily from pesticides. The nitrates and phosphates cause problems along the way for sure, but like the death zone in the Gulf of Mexico is largely a result of overuse of pesticides, herbicides.
That's hard. The Louisiana dump there, or the rivers dumping into the Gulf there.
Yeah,
it's all of America basically.
Yeah, it's
and I'm not
sad and tragic in a lot of ways, the things that we've done to mess up this planet. But that's why it's important, I think, that each of us take our own sort of responsibility for what we're doing and to try to do it in the most responsible way that we can.
Yeah, I was just getting ready to say, I really like the fact that this is topic that's brought up and talked through, because some people, and we get on this, I know you probably get tired of people asking you about it sometimes, but it's a good subject to figure out how to process your wastewater. And people hear drain to waste, they immediately, well, I shouldn't say everyone, but some people can immediately get turned off by that waste. And you've mentioned that, or I've mentioned that, and I've noticed that. So as long as you dial it in, like you said,
drain to res.
Yeah, I can guarantee you that there was no marketing departments involved in coming up with the name Drain to Waste. There was no ad firm hired to someone come up with the right branding for this, because it is an awful sounding. I mean, it sounds wasteful. I mean, the word waste is right there in it. Like,
functional,
but it's high frequency into that high frequency fertigation. It just sounds like uber waste. Like, oh my God, these guys are they're watering all the time. They're throwing away 20%, all this shit on the toilet. And it does sound bad. And I try to at least be responsible. Right. Maybe I give myself credit just for feeling bad if I do overwater sometimes, because I know I do, and I have even here a little bit trying to dial in this system, but I guess that's part of working out the kinks. And hopefully these tests, like you mentioned, will help a lot of other people moving forward from doing this exact same shit. So, and the plants aren't suffering when you give them a little extra. And so that's the nice thing about this versus, like say a different medium like peat or soil or,
plants are like crack addicts. Don't take the food. They don't.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right.
That's why they say don't dump it in the ground or whatever, because the trees will take it all up. It might even kill them.
I thought it was like the phosphates. If you dump this shit in your yard, am I wrong here? If you dump this shit, let's just be clear. If you dump it in your yard, the grass or whatever can't use the amount that might be going in there. So it's inevitably going to run off into the sewer water supply, which will run off into the local.
It depends on dosage. But basically, let's make one side of this very clear. It is against the law to use hydroponic wastewater in outdoor fertilization. Okay, that's a violation of the Clean Water Act in the United States. So be aware that is technically against the law in the United States to use any hydroponic effluent as a fertilizer in open fields. And the reason it is because of the risk of runoff into bodies of water, primarily, that it will seep through into the groundwater and contaminate groundwater, or leach into bodies of water, open streams, other things like that, and cause algae blooms.
So the average Joe is not going to cause that. It's never going to get there. But if you do it every day and you have a lot.
Well, if you apply it at rates that the plants can use, and you don't water deeply, outdoors, the risk is that it gets watered beyond the root zone and into the water table, right? That it leaches down past the root zone. So that's why you need to be very careful with like the amount of water and how saturated the ground already is. stuff like that. And how dilute the concentration that you're giving so you don't overwhelm them also.
Basically, you want it to get used by whatever's in the soil.
Exactly. You want it to get used. None of those concerns exist for plants that are grown in containers. And it's not against the law to use it for plants that are grown in containers. It's only a violation of Clean Water Act for using it in plants that are grown in the ground, because the risk is getting into the groundwater. But you can certainly use it for plants that grow in containers. The flip side of this is there are other forms of fertilization for your yard that also contaminate the groundwater that are not illegal. Dumping a bunch of nitrogen fertilizer in your yard and watering that in is going to lead to nitrogen leaking into the water table too. But that's considered primary fertilization. It's not sort of reusing wastewater. And it, even though it's not necessarily less damaging, it's perfectly legal. So be aware that these issues are sort of broad issues that apply to fertilizers in general used in an outdoor setting. We want to make sure that the nitrates and phosphates don't get into the water table. So if you're growing outdoors with nitrogen and phosphate fertilizer, that's your goal.
Gotcha. So if you're, what if you put that runoff into one of those hose-in mixers and spray it across your lawn that way?
Yeah, if your lawn's dry and you're only going to be watering the top couple of inches of soil, because grass roots don't grow very deep. So if any of that water soaks beyond a couple inches, it's going to get out of the reach of the grass and it's going to end up in the water table or someplace else. And you're providing it at a dosage so it's pretty dilute. It would be a pretty dilute runoff sprayed pretty lightly, so it didn't have a chance to soak in deeply. You could probably work that out.
Almost like a foliar kind of thing. You're not really watering the soil, you're watering the leaf.
Or I guess you could use it. The most beneficial would be like the people who do raised garden beds.
Yeah.
Container
raised beds or containers. Find a plant that likes it, that grows well off of it, and they'll just process it for you. I really kind of think about those plants. Well, there's two ways. I mean, a lot of our philodendrons and stuff are nice house plants, but I also kind of think of them as wastewater processing facilities. I mean, that's their job. Their job is to process this water and transform the nitrates and phosphates into plant tissue. So find a plant that does that well and just feed them your runoff water. It's not as hard as it might seem, and it's a hell of a lot better than a lot of the alternatives.
Hey, you know what I did? I don't know how good this is or whatever, but I put a bunch of, well, I shouldn't say a bunch, but we got like 6 or 7 5-gallon pots, old ones. We mixed them old cocoa with some cheap Walmart soil and 50-50, and then we used our runoff and we put peppers and tomatoes in there. So for like one full season of growing outside around here, we was able to process our runoff, almost all of it, through that way and get it to, and not, we didn't really get much runoff at all. I guess maybe if it rained, it would have leached out a little bit, but I felt like we did a good job of processing them that way, just in bags. But they did really good. It was actually not a bad haul. The fruit, the peppers and tomatoes that we got tasted pretty good. And I learned something about rooting there when that was my first ever outdoor garden. I cut off some of the tomato plant, fired it into the garbage can, and it rained. Well, I come back like 2 days later, 3 days later, or whatever, and I look down and there's these roots hanging out from where it was in the little corner of the puddle of the water. I'm thinking, wow. And I pulled it up and I showed my wife. I'm like, we got to try to clone this. So that was my very and I found out it's the easiest plant in the world to clone, and I'm over here feeling all proud of myself. But anyhow, that was a fun thing to get rid of.
Patent that technique. That's the garbage can cloning technique.
Cloning technique. It takes no effort whatsoever, man.
Yeah.
We had a few of the lowers that were just like all the way down the dirt. The leaves were curled, nasty. I cut them off, threw them in there, them big suckers or whatever. And sure enough, man. But I was just mentioning that because I think if you can grow something like that with a small little pot, it's a good way to get rid of it. And I think it's important to
to try and do the best we can with it.
Yeah, just get some philodendrons. Every HFFer should have some philodendrons to feed it to, and you can try it out on your other plants. There's other plants that it works well on. I just love philodendrons. Geraniums really like the flowering runoff. We got huge blooming geraniums when we give them the flowering runoff, although they don't like quite as much of it, and we'll often dilute it a little bit for geraniums. Yeah, sort of experiment with different plants and feed that to your plants. And on the other side, you know, you try to reduce the amount of runoff that you're producing. And once you're able to balance that, once you're able to give all of your runoff to like other potted plants, then you really improved your sort of sustainability and environmental impact on your grow.
I think another factor that we might have all overlooked here would be that if you're getting the proper amount of runoff, that means your plant is properly cycling the water and the nutrients, and your runoff won't be heavy laden with nutrients. You know, most of that's going to get used by the plant. Unless you have a whole bunch of waste running through there, it's going to get obviously more concentrated. But I think the runoff that comes off isn't really full of the nutrients. Am I right there? Like a lot of it's been used.
Yeah. We're trying to give, and you know, like the recipe that I put together is really trying to give the plant what it wants, what it needs during those stages without a lot of excess. Add sort of the right dose, so that you don't need a lot of runoff, and so that your runoff is basically going to be in the same range of electrical conductivity as the inflow. There are some times when we've talked about this before, when you have everything dialed in like that, and you're getting a nice number on your runoff every time, and you kind of feel like it's going, and then things start changing. It's usually because the plant's gone through a change in its developmental cycle, and the nutrient element ratio is off now so we talked about this before. Switching from transition blend to early bloom blend is a moment that you might see the EC spike. And switching off of early bloom blend onto mid bloom blend is another moment that you could see the EC start to sort of wobble like that. And those are really good indications that you need to switch the blends.
There's not much of a switch in the blends.
There isn't.
There's not a whole lot of switch in the blends. And I'm right at that point now. Miami Aces is in here. And
at the end of bloom, at the end of early bloom?
She just started early bloom. She just come out of transition newts and started early bloom, but she hit I fed her at a 0.9, or I should say I fertigated at a 0.9, and her runoff was a 1.47 or some shit. So I was like, whoa, here we are. It's happening again. So what I did, I went ahead and I didn't use the fertigation manager for one fertigation event, and I went ahead and hand watered it with half strength newts at double the capacity that it normally gets, and it brought it right down. And then I upped my runoff amount slightly, and so far it's staying right in line, and I'm super happy. I can't believe that, like, those things.
It's right in line now that you're on early bloom blend, right?
Yes. Now it's
that's it. That's exactly it. That's what happens.
Yeah, and I notice it a lot, and I've mentioned it multiple times for a while, and I see it all the time, and it's like, am I freaking weird? Is it just me? Do I make this pattern up in my head? Because I kind of did, I thought it might have been a hand watering thing, But
those are the two biggest transitions that the plant makes in its entire life. Is actually marked by the beginning and the end of the early bloom nutrient phase, which I've said for a while should be renamed the stretch, but it really should be renamed the bolt newts, right? Yes. That early bloom blend is the recipe that you're giving to your plants while they're vigorously growing during those couple of weeks, about a week after you switch to flower. And that stage of the plant, both when it enters into that stage of the plant and when it enters out of that stage of growth, it changes the nutrient sort of element ratio that it wants and that it's going to take And so it can lead to spikes and buildup on both sides. So you experience that exact thing.
I see the water stop dropping, meaning the mix isn't what it wants anymore. So it's like, no, I don't want this.
No, the water, that's different. And keep in mind, the plants take up water and the nutrients within the water differently. When the plant stops taking up water as quickly, that's often associated with lower EC in the runoff.
No, I mean DWC for me.
Okay, well then that's just the EC
different.
climbing or the EC dropping in the res.
It's basically, I can tell because sometimes like the EC should always be the same. And
It should be. Well, the EC is the same if water and nutrients are taken out at the same rate.
Exactly.
If water is taken out faster, then that will cause the EC to go up. And if water is taken up slower, that would cause the EC to go down.
Because there's also the NER. If it's off, it won't drink. It won't drink it right. Like the EC will stay high, but the water will go down. You know
if the EC is too high, that can affect plant uptake of water. The nutrient element ratio itself should not affect the amount of water the plant consumes.
It would just leave more salts behind.
It would just leave more salts behind, or it would leave, different things behind.
Because me, I always have water in the tank, and it's just a matter of how much water was taken out or how much EC was taken out, which will affect the end result EC, right? If I take more water than EC, then it's going to.
If you take more water than newts, let's say.
Exactly.
Okay. Yes, if you take more water than newts, the EC goes up, and that's typically what happens, and that's typically why the EC creeps up slowly through time. Is that your normal pattern?
Yeah, like optimally, it should not. It should be the same, and just a level drop, and the pH is still where it was. That's almost never the case, but that's optimal. Meaning you get there in the morning, you just top it off with the same EC.
I sort of agree that would be optimal, but it's hard to achieve. So it's close to optimal to have it so that the EC creeps up.
Yeah.
Right. And then oftentimes people in DWC or RDWC, they top off with much lower electrical conductivity to bring the EC back down. Exactly. So that's a situation where the plant's taking water faster than it's taking nutrients.
If it's underfed, then you'll see the EC drop. Meaning it's taking more nutrients than water because there's a lack of it, I guess.
Correct.
So that's why every morning it tells me what to do, because I don't know till I see and measure and see what happened the day before, kind of thing.
Yeah, that's the feedback that you're using to make your management decisions.
Exactly. And that's what can't be automated. It needs AI. It needs a human, or something, or an expensive setup to be able to watch, measure, and make a decision based on it.
You could set up a range and then have it, if it falls in, you add extra fur to get, well, I don't know, but I guess with your system, it would be different. You got to be there.
Because there's, you know what I mean?
There's
EC, there's pH, and there's water level. So all those three things will decide what happens next, right? And so all that has to be monitored, observed, and then acted upon. And doing that automatically, that's going to be a little tricky.
They certainly can. I mean, they have self-driving cars and stuff now.
Exactly.
So being able to monitor multiple different decisions and make autonomous decisions.
I need a meter for each bucket. You know what I mean? It's like, that's going to be expensive.
Yeah, you would need a EC meter for each bucket.
Everything.
What's your experience been with pH in your DWC? Is that something that requires adjustment as much as the EC does?
It depends. Usually it drops a little bit,
right?
But for the most part, it's more. The EC.
You're getting a dropping pH.
Yeah, all the time. Constantly.
It
never raises. I blast so much air, it should raise, but it doesn't.
No, I bet it's the bennies that you're using.
Yeah. I think for some reason there's a that, and you know how the plant dumps acid to get the newts? Every time I measure, it's always in the morning right after lights on. And sometimes I find that if I wait an hour and then I go do my measurements, that the EC or the pH will be much higher than if I check it right at lights on. Like there's an acid dump. Does that make any sense?
Not entirely.
Because I heard that
I think you're
plants
talking about
release
sort of
acid
the
to
process of getting nutrients in an organic system where
Yeah.
you need to essentially chelate them to become a
so
form
the
that can be uptaken by the plant.
So the plant will release those acids to kind of make them available to be able to take them up.
Right, but that doesn't take
grow.
That
doesn't happen.
Similar processes don't really take place when the nutrients are already available.
Okay. So potentially it would know that there's no nutrients and then do that acid thing to get to them. So in my system, they're there.
Right, it would develop a symbiotic relationship with the bacteria that it's releasing them for.
Yeah, okay. So maybe I wonder if my bennies are somehow inducing that acid dump.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm totally understanding. So your pH drops, and you're measuring it though primarily before lights come on.
Yeah, so let's say at 6 a.m. there, I'll go in, I'll check my pH. Usually I set it for 5.8, and it'll be 5.2, 5.3, 5.4, sometimes in the 4s. When it goes under 5 there, that's usually because my NER is so bad that the pH can't hold. So that's my indication.
Well, that's something that happens through time in any kind of recirculating system. The NER drifts.
Yeah. So that
and eventually, like you said, it would be
really bad. Yeah,
it would drift so much that it would become problematic to pH and other things, uptake.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to hold the bond or the buffer, right? So when that happens, when it goes under 5 over a 24-hour period, that's when I do a flush, and usually that'll do it. Next day, it's just a few points under, where it should be, and I'll pH it back up and refill it.
That's interesting. Almost always in a reservoir, the pH creeps up, and that's related to the growth of Pythium bacteria in the water, bad bacteria.
It'll raise pH?
Going down is just a little bit odd, but I bet it's related to the beneficial bacteria plant.
I thought it was the opposite, Doc. I thought if you had bad bacteria, that the pH would drop.
Mine always rises as it gets.
And that oxygen added to the water would make it rise.
My reservoir always gets the stinkier it gets, and the more nasties it gets in it, the higher the pH rises and the quicker it goes.
Oh, really?
The pH goes up and the EC goes down. The bacteria are essentially processing nutrients, lowering the EC, and contributing
that makes a lot more sense then. Because I'm using bennies. There's no rot. Maybe that's so I'm using too much bennies. That's the problem.
It's possible that you're using too much.
I thought the pH being low was a lack of bennies, so I would add it more. Because the bennies bring it up to 6.1.
No, the nasties will run it right up, man.
And it won't go past that, no matter how much I put.
Yeah, I think it's related to your bacteria. Yeah. Whether or not it's a problem is still debatable, but you may be able to find that you have more adjustability with maybe a little bit less.
No, exactly. If I stop using them as much, maybe my pH will balance out more.
Yeah.
I've been fighting myself. Yeah. My God.
Yep. That's something that's worth trying.
Always learning.
Revelations, man. So you can kind of maybe mess with it now and see if it can be more stable, less work for you.
It makes more sense in what I've been seeing. I'm going to apply that to my theory there, and that should fix things.
Yeah, let me know how that. If you find a notable difference in experience,
it's going to change everything.
I try to make my res to a size where it can start out at like depending on where I'm at, let's say a 5.8, and by the time it's gone, it's at about a 6.2. And there is times maybe in the summer, if it gets a little warm, I'll have to readjust it before that. But I try to keep it, and sometimes it requires me mixing every second or third day.
What about the O2?
Chill the res.
What about the O2 though? Is that correct? Like like a higher CO2 concentration in the water would make a pH lower, and a higher oxygen level will make the pH higher. Is that correct? Guys, I've been giving that advice to everybody. Everybody's got a res for their cocoa there, and I've been telling you, hey, put an air stone, it'll raise the pH. Is that correct? Because I seem to think it is. That's pretty. I'm pretty sure that's what I saw from the DWC side of things. There is that.
So several things happen when you add an air stone. It's not just that you're adding oxygen to the water. That definitely is the main reason that we do that. The other thing that happens when you add an air stone is you tend to raise the temperature of the water. Raising the temperature of the water.
Let's assume we don't. Let's assume the heat is the same. Because I know that heat will affect it because you'll lose oxygen, right?
Yeah, well, I would want proof that the heat is the same, because if the heat doesn't go up, I wouldn't expect the pH to go up. I think that the association between air pumps and a rising pH makes its way through a rising temperature, which creates bacteria, which leads to a rising pH. That's the sort of explanatory model that I would use to understand that as the primary mechanism.
Okay.
Not
I remember hearing about peat, how peat was a low pH because it's basically rotting material. It's biological matter that could potentially, that's rotting. And that's why it's got a low pH. So that's why I always associated rot with low pH and CO2 and all that, low oxygen.
Acidification.
Yeah.
Like low pH is really acid and the high pH is alkaline.
That's a better way to think about it.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
So highly oxygenated doesn't necessarily mean highly alkaline. Does it?
I don't think so. No.
Or maybe to the neutral point, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think so. I'm not entirely sure of this, but I don't think so. You can have highly oxygenated acidic water and you can have highly oxygenated alkaline water.
It's more the temperature that will decide, because I know that
the temperature the temperature itself doesn't decide on its own. It's that the temperature promotes the bacterial growth, and then the bacteria trigger the rising pH.
And those are anaerobic bacteria, right?
Yeah.
I know the higher the water is, the less O2 it can hold. So that makes sense, right? As the water temperature rises, the bacteria
that's what really creates the breeding ground for the anaerobic bacteria. And so that's why air pumps and air stones can defeat their own purpose to a certain extent. You're using them primarily to add oxygen to the water, but to the extent that they're also raising the temperature of the water, which they always do. In fact, if your water is too cold, run an air stone through it for like 15 minutes and it'll come right up to temperature, come right up to room temperature, because you're just running warm air through the water, which heats it up. But as Crack Babies pointed out, as the water gets warmer, it can hold less dissolved oxygen. So you're pumping warm air through the water, essentially trying to get some of that oxygen into it. But as you're doing that, you're raising the temperature. So it can sort of self-defeat itself unless you're pumping colder air through. This is one of the reasons that in my grow, at least now, I'm using a stirring pump instead of an air stone. Lifting the water above the surface of the res and letting it fall back in for oxygenation and stirring, because the air stone's really hard to do without raising the temperature of your water. It's really hard to keep a cool res and run an air stone through it.
You gotta run super long lines, for the heat to exhaust, like to dissipate through the line itself.
Some people,
or you could stick your air pump in a refrigerator or something.
Yeah, I have my
pump refrigerated air into the water, but
sucking 0C air, and it's warmed up by the pump itself. Like I have those big steel ones there, so those get really hot, so that kind of defeats it. But
yeah, that's the other issue with running the stirring pump like I do. You cannot run that thing all the time because it will warm up the water by the whole motor pumping in there all the time. So you have to run it on intervals for pretty short periods of time and just keep it sort of mixed around. There's an interval before every watering event.
Notice that too. Open the cover and it's like a little blast of heat there. It's like, what's going on?
Is this reservoir stir on your equipment list on CFC?
Yes, it's the small water pump.
Okay, cool.
And it's listed there in the product guide as a stirring pump. It's really a tiny little thing. It's cute. You drop it into you put like a little 2-foot section or however big your res is, really, right, of like poly tubing onto the outflow, which just like allows it to pump up, up into the air or whatever.
Yeah.
And then you just pump water up. It's like creating a little fountain inside your reservoir.
It's like a water feature in your yard almost, but
it's exactly, it's literally the same component pieces that you would use for a water feature in your yard. So yeah, you get a little fountain pump and you build a little fountain in the middle of your res, basically pumping water up above the water line and letting it fall back into the water.
You could actually just attach one of those little flutes to the top and have it, spray out that way.
Yeah, you can do all sorts of things. This is like going to like the carnival or the theater or whatever. They used to have the fountain drinks that the stuff would like pump up to the top and then run down the sides. You're just doing that inside your res.
Yeah, Burke does that. They're little, I guess it's like a little fountain water thing for your lawn there, and he has it upside down, just kind of dripping into the tank.
Yeah.
And just that little waterfall kind of adds a bit of oxygen too at the same time.
Yeah, it does a pretty good job of adding oxygen. You're breaking the surface temperature, especially the surface tension, when you let the water fall back onto the water, right? So you pump it above the surface and then it's dropping back down. That's constantly adding oxygen to the water.
I heard Ventures, like if you had a really high pressure little like super thin jet, but that's another way to add oxygen there. You shoot it into the water just above the water line so that it pulls air in with it. I do that with a needle, and it's a quick way to get air in the water. It works pretty good.
Interesting.
Just water pressure. It pulls the air in with it. Cool. But it's high pressure, right? So you need a good pump for that.
You're fading out a little bit, crack babies. I'm having a hard time.
I'm trimming there, so I'm not going to be close to the mic there.
Oh, sorry. I couldn't. It was kind of bouncing away there.
I have a gate on it. I think it might be I'm at the threshold.
Trimming it up, man. Trim gel hanging out with us.
I'm at the last two nugs, the last two branches there.
Oh,
God damn, I've been going since 6. What time is it? Oh, shit.
It's getting there, man.
1:31.
Half hour, man.
I'm done.
Yeah. I should probably get back to my day. I had a whole list of things. I turn on my computer and I start listening to you guys. I'm like, I want to talk to these guys, but I should probably get back to like the rest of my agenda for the day here at some point. Anybody have any other questions you want to run past me before I get out of here?
How was your Growcast meeting there?
Oh, the Growcast meeting was fun.
Yeah. Did you meet a lot of guys that we know, or just mostly the crew from them?
I do not think I met a lot of guys that we know. Nobody sort of specifically. Everybody there was like Growcast people. A lot of people knew me because I've been on Growcast a lot. People knew Cocoa for Cannabis and stuff like that, but nobody really from our community per se that I was aware of. But
so are you in
we're thinking about doing this next time he comes down here as a co-branded thing, so that to promote it as a Cocoa for Cannabis meetup and a Growcast meetup. And I imagine that maybe there would be some people there from our community if we did it that way. But it was a lot of fun.
Did you get pictured in his pictures on IG? Then?
I did. I'm in a couple of those pictures. Yeah.
Are you?
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out who the hell you are.
Not identifiably. I will say that I don't think my head is in. Well, my head is, but it's like the back of my head in one.
Okay.
My face isn't in any of the pictures.
Okay.
That I saw. At least not that.
Because I got
Jordan
a side shot, so I had a little bit to go with. You know, from your light video there. But aside from that,
yeah.
He remains the elusive Dr. MJ.
I will say Jordan Rivers' reaction when he met me was really kind of funny. Yeah, he was a little bit slack-jawed for a while. I guess he thought I would be older. I don't know what all of you imagined me to be like, but
it's hard, man.
He thought I was going to be older, and I don't know. He just kept kind of looking at me with this like jaw hanging open, like, "Wow, you're Dr. Coco." So I don't think I matched his mental image of me. Nobody else seemed to be quite that surprised. Everybody else kind of just accepted the fact that I was Dr. Coco. So
cool.
I just think everybody builds an image of what they think based off your voice, because we all do that. And then when they see you, it's going to kind of like shatter that a little bit, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You have a perception like Tao there, he's got this, Sopranos, New York guy looks. I had this like Tony, picture in my head there of that guy. Then I saw him and it's like, okay, he's Italian.
Yeah.
He's not the guy I thought he was, you know what I mean? Like you make this picture in your head.
Yeah. Well, and meanwhile, it was not a similar experience for me the other way, because I've seen his picture before, so I knew exactly what he was going to look like.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, I could have had a like half-hour conversation with him on the street, and he wouldn't have expected that it was me. I think if we hadn't already met.
Oh, Jordan, you mean?
Yeah, with Jordan.
Yeah, that's true. You could have talked to him for a bit there before you actually tell him who.
And I did to quite a few people at the event. I mean, that kept happening. Like I'd be talking to people for a while, and then Jordan would come over and be like, "Oh, this is Dr. Coco," and the people I was talking to would be like, "Oh, wow, really?" Like, nobody kind of knew that it was me while I was there, which is kind of nice, actually. But
I think I'd catch you if it was your voice, right? It's like, oh, that's Dr.
everybody
Coco.
kept saying that. They're like, I knew your voice.
Yeah. Because it's a little different in person, but still, I think I would be able to identify it.
Yeah. And I think I cheated because I came home with like 30 seeds and I only went there with like 6.
Nice.
Definitely made out there.
Their stuff.
So I'm not entirely sure like what I did wrong. Like, maybe I did something right. But yeah, I got a bunch of interesting looking seeds. I still got to like go through and catalog them now. So, because there's nothing quite like having like a bean that you don't know what the hell it is.
Right.
Yeah. Well, at least you know.
Racking your brain trying to remember what it was.
Yeah.
Oh, screw it. Like I got a bunch of things like folded up in pieces of paper and stuff. Like if this goes more than another day or two, it's all going to be lost knowledge. So I need to go and catalog that. And then I got to think, I got some regular seeds. I got like a bunch of regular, maybe, I don't know. It's been a while since I've grown regs out.
Project. You got
I got a bunch of I won't even touch just because they're regs.
Yeah, interesting stuff though. I mean, I appreciate the sort of the breeding angle on doing regs. I would feminize things after. I wouldn't go sort of hunting with feminized breeding. Once you found something by doing different crosses of regular strains, regular plants, to then feminize it. I think that makes sense. So.
Yeah, males give you more genetic material, right? If you are breeding.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you can like get female pollen and cross it to unrelated varieties and do crossing that way too. But yeah, it makes sense to me to do it with regular seeds first to get sort of the base profile that you're looking for, and then refine it in the feminization process.
Well, it's cool that you got some seeds from meeting up with those guys. I'm sure that Rizo Rich is some of the people. They got some good stuff going on. I know Jordan's been a big fan of yours, and you've been friends with him and a fan of his for a long time. And it's nice to see that meet up and happening. Next year, that'd be pretty sweet to have a Coco. You guys are too far away from us. We probably wouldn't make it.
Yeah, it's about as far away as we could get from you.
Yeah, but I think it's cool to get the different genetics and be able to bring that back and kind of sort through, maybe spread it around if you can't use them. I know a lot of people are into that. So
Yeah,
awesome.
I just enjoyed meeting people and getting out and sort of socializing like that. I don't think we've socialized much in the last few years, just in general, because of the epidemic. And I've never done a public event like that as Dr. Coco. So that was my first time like meeting people in person and being like, I'm Dr. Coco.
Cool.
So that was fun. I enjoyed it, and I'll definitely be interested in doing that again. Jordan travels around and does these things in different parts of the country, so maybe I'll have to come with him once and do something on the East Coast if this thing that we do out here on the West Coast goes well.
Oh man, I'd definitely make a trip for that anywhere up and down the East Coast. So let us know. But we want to.
When's the big Dr. Coco reveal there? When are we going to see the doc?
Well, you have to come to one of the live events. I'm not going to wear like a mask or something. But
like dog doctor.
Yeah, exactly. The Dolly mask. But
it's your job,
I was talking about this at the event when I was there too. I don't really mind going to that kind of a thing and people seeing what I look like or whatever. My only real concern is students that I teach in university, both current, future, and former. I mean,
turn into the really cool teacher, right?
Man,
my teacher,
coolest teacher ever.
I'm already sure that I've got probably dozens of students that have come across our material that have a hunch that it might be me.
This has got to be
okay, and they're like, this is a lot like my professor. He sounds the same. He kind of uses the same kind of analogies and stuff. He's a very similar personality. And I'm sure they're kind of, I'm pretty sure I've already been doxed in that way, at least in suspicion.
Yeah.
Well, your voice is pretty recognizable.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's not.
Yeah, and that's what I do in the university. I lecture. I mean, they know my voice, and
they hear it.
and like the way that I talk and approach things. But it's not even the former students. I mean, I could deal with the former students. I'd probably get some emails from students who'd be like, are you Dr. Coco? And I'd be able to deal with that. It's like the students, the current students. I don't want people coming up at the end of one of my classes and being like, so I got this plant and,
Yeah, and that really would detract from the message, I think, of whatever else you're going over at the time. And it could be very distracting, and I could see how that could definitely
it would also undermine my credibility in certain ways and on certain topics and
right.
Unfortunately,
that's unfortunately it would, exactly, crack babies. Well, Doc, you did mention you were on a time schedule, and I feel like I might be holding you here a little bit longer than.
I'm just enjoying it. It's like my own. This is just really my desire to be more disciplined. Like I have work to do. I actually have some like all swamped with things because I have a few videos that companies wanted me to do at the beginning of March, and I still have to like do all of them. Some new products that are coming out that I got advanced models of to test that aren't yet available, but they wanted the videos to be available like around the time that the lights were going to be available for sale. So I got to kind of bust ass and get 3 reports done. I started another one too for the MetaGrow Smart 8. I think I teased that one already, but MetaGrow's asked me to delay that video because their inventory is low. So that one's almost done and I had to delay it. Now I got to switch these other ones to the lights that are coming out beginning of March. Now I'm kind of a little bit behind. So I got to bust ass, get all that stuff done. And that's why I haven't set up my automatic watering thing right there.
And we're starting to plan the spring auto flower challenge already because everybody loves spring and it's right around the corner. So that's going down as well. Everybody.
Yeah, we're planning a spring picnic. We're going to bring back sort of the different categories of strains, like fruit and dessert and beverages. What else do we get? Snacks.
Yeah, snacks. I think snacks is what. Maybe we combine. I can't remember now. I'm pretty high right now. I can't remember. I think so, but it's going to be fun, man. And I like the categories. I think it's going to be easy for every person to be able to squeeze in one of them. And then there's always, Misfits area.
I got some mimosa cake ready to grow.
Oh, mimosa. See, that's perfect beverage, or you could call it dessert, but I'd probably put you in the beverages with your mimosa.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Beverages might be a underpopulated. We were on the fence about whether to include beverages, but once we came up with like 5 or 6 names off the top of our head, we decided that there would be enough to populate a group with beverages. So think about
it's a cake. It's mimosa cake.
yeah. So it could be a dessert too. I agree. There's a lot of sort of free calls.
But it nonetheless is going to be a fun time. That starts on 420.
Yep.
Amy Ace is standing there.
Hydroplanes Drifters asking about the Grower Love giveaway. We are gearing up for the next Grower Love giveaway. It's not going to be next week. We're going to have a much bigger prize for the next Grower Love giveaway.
Wow.
Damn.
Yeah, that was a lot.
It's a lot of muches involved there.
Dr. Coco kicking it up a
Piqued my
notch.
interest. I dropped the scissors when you said that. What?
Yeah, and we were just setting this up. I don't even know if Jordan's got it up. There's nothing on the page yet. I haven't checked the page. Jordan manages that for the Grower Love giveaway on the deals and discounts page. Anyways,
The last I checked, it just had the last winner up there still.
okay. Well, be aware there's a huge Grower Love giveaway in the works. But it will be, I think we're going to do the drawing on like March 15th or something like that. Give people a little bit more time to learn about it and get entered in it. And we're also going to change the actions during each week. There will be different things you can do to get bonus entries. So you can keep coming back and sort of get more bonus entries.
Oh,
I think you did that with the last one too, right? I think I saw.
Well, that's when we just put like everything.
Yeah.
We put like 40 people as options for bonus entries. This time we're only going to have like 10 at a time. But like every Sunday we'll put up they'll flip over. So if you've already done the last week, you can come back and do the next set of actions and get even more chances.
That's awesome. That is great.
Awesome.
And it'll be a way to get us to spread the love around to even more community members and stuff like that. Because that's what we do. We just have you follow
yep.
other people's
I
accounts.
really need to get rid of a couple of lights here. Yeah, a couple of blurples.
Oh yeah, probably do.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, those will be gone soon enough, Puffy. As the spring autoflower challenge will be here before you know it.
Hydroplanes, we may do multiple winners, but we have one huge prize. One really huge.
Did you say that? It's like, man, what the hell?
I'm glad you teased it.
It's gonna be a monster like that or what?
Well, it's it's also got the advantage that a lot of people can use it. It's not like gigantic in physical size.
Just a big price. Oh, like a kit, like a tent and everything and all.
No, just something that's really high end.
Oh,
really high end.
Yeah, it was very.
Oh, you give away a par meter?
a Canatrol, an e-power meter. Oh,
No.
that'd be so nice.
No, it's gonna be another light,
Oh,
it's a
okay.
light. Dang.
but it's a really good one. I don't know if I should tell. Should I tell them what it? Does anybody know what it is, or am I the only one here? Spot, do you know what it is?
Me and the wife know what it is. We have it written down from the steering committee meeting. I never know sometimes what I'm allowed to tease and what I'm allowed not to. So sometimes I just be quiet because I figure I better err on the side of caution, you know.
At that point, I hadn't run it past the manufacturer yet. I have run it past the manufacturer, and they're all on board with it.
Okay.
But we can go ahead and announce it on your show. It's a little bit problematic that the entry's not up yet. Although I'll get off of this, I'll go talk to Jordan right now and get that. And I should get going. I'm like Sunday mornings is actually like a work day. It's Jordan's first day of the week, so I usually meet with her, and she's probably wondering where the hell I am. But it is the chilled Growcraft Ultra 330 watt X3.
Yes. The same one that I grew with and got a journal on. You guys could check it out. And it's a great light.
Oh yeah.
It's built for a 5x3 or a 4x4 if I recollect.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
And
about
it'll
right.
fit in a 4x2, but you'd really have to dim it down a bit in a 4x2, like to 50%.
Yes.
So anyways, it's easily the most efficient light I've ever tested. It's one of the best lights on the market, very high price tag. So I don't really usually enthusiastically recommend it because it's just a really expensive light, but got one to give away. So it's going to be free to some very lucky grower.
Nice.
Hopefully everybody will go over and sign up for that and tell your friends. Spread the grower love. That's what it's about.
Yep.
Absolutely. But I like the idea of a par meter. I've had a few conversations with Apogee about stuff like that. Not necessarily a giveaway prize, but trying to find a way that we could collaborate more.
Well, as many mores as I heard in there, I just thought it could be a meter.
Yeah, no, but that would be a cool thing to give away. I like it.
Something that's useful. You know what I mean?
I like the meter. I think that they could get a lot of people's attention. But in any event, this next prize will be a really awesome light. And I look forward to getting that announcement up. So look for that, maybe as soon as today.
Yep, and it won't be the last light giveaway. So definitely keep posting because I'm sure you're going to have a few coming out here on YouTube that you'll be giving away as you do the premiere and all that, like you've been doing. So
yeah, definitely. I expect to have a premiere very close to the first of the month, and 2 more like within 10 days after that. So like 3 premieres right in the first week or 2 of March. And then the Smart 8 one, that'll be the 4th. So
the lights coming in the pipeline there.
Yeah, 3 of them are brand new. They're not on the market yet. The one I can tell you about is the Atrium Hydra 320 or 3200, which is a 4x2 light, foldable 4-bar 4x2 light. And then I have 2 others that are not yet announced. The product hasn't been announced yet, although they must be announcing it soon because it's supposed to be released on March 1st.
It's coming soon.
So
there was a couple fans that we gave away. You so generously gave away that one day on here, and I believe that if I remember correctly, Mars ended up upgrading those people.
Yeah. Yep. We gave away 6-inch fans instead of 4-inch fans.
Oh, really? Nice.
Yeah. So they upgraded those winners, and I forgot to mention that earlier. You just reminded me, but yeah, that's all good stuff. I hope that everybody will go check that out because the Growers Love giveaway has been, man, you must have given away like 30 lights, man. That's been phenomenal for reaching out and getting it spread around for sure. Exactly what it is. So definitely.
Absolutely. And it's like the easiest giveaway to enter on the internet. So I think that it should be really probably even more popular. And hopefully as we continue to get word out about the Grower Love giveaway. But, for like Smont said, for like 30 weeks, we were giving away MF 1000 from Axis every week. Small light, but like every single week. Smont got one.
There it is right there.
There you go. And now this time we'll see if we get how the participation is much better with doing a bigger prize a little less frequently. That's one of our goals to sort of see if we'll get better participation that way, get more people coming over and registering for it.
Yeah, we're about to set this up and you can see we got our clones covered up in there. So
yeah. It's the perfect little seedling germination light. I used a similar light for that, but I think that one's really perfect. And it's got the remote control, which you just don't want to lose. But it dims down to 10% increments. So 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100%. You can just dial in any of those, which is really convenient for seedlings.
And that's very convenient. It really makes that light for what it is. It makes it even better, to have a small light because you can dim that down to be less than your standard bulb in a lamp, and still keep your do whatever, keep your clones sexting or alive or however your mother's alive. So yeah, that's our plan is to have a low power draw and to keep seedlings or clones or whatever going. So yeah, we're appreciative of that light. We've been trying to show it off and get people over there to sign up to get their own. I think that's awesome.
Yep. Cool, guys. Well, I think I'm gonna take my leave from you guys, if that's all right. It was fun sort of popping in and chatting with everybody. Thanks for having me. Crack Babies, Puppy D, Smart Poker, Crispy Wannabe, and everybody that's listening along.
For sure, Doc. Been a pleasure. Glad you dropped in.
Yeah, thanks for the advice too. Appreciate that.
Absolutely, Puffy D. I'm curious to get the feedback about what you think of it once you're once it's in the pipe.
Yeah, I'll let you know.
All right, guys, and I'll look for you guys on the show next Sunday, and maybe drop in again. We'll see. Don't hold me to it. I don't forget, but it's fun coming in and chatting with you guys and hanging out for a bit. So thanks for having me again.
Awesome.
All right.
Grow a love,
Thanks
Doc.
for love.
Grow a love, everybody.
Grow love.
I'll see you guys later today too on the Cheap Home Grow Show.
That's right. That's
Yep.
right.
Yep.
Mothership. A mothership. Okay, I'm gonna load the troller. I'll be right back.
Yes. Well, that's
For sure.
Yeah, man, that getting him to give me some advice on that pretty much set my mind at ease. I mean, I had planned on go ahead and pulling it pretty soon anyway. I just didn't know if I should go ahead and let him finish out, or just once my trikes are in prime condition, go ahead and pull it. So yeah, that helps me out a lot.
I'm glad that it's always a good time when Doc comes by and is able to share some different points of view, because there's just things, plant physiology, different things like with the pH and all that stuff rising. There's just things that I know I miss, and when someone comes at them and they tell you that, it's like, damn, it makes perfect sense. So it's nice to get clarification on things from a different perspective other than, hey, this is what I saw happening in my res. And sometimes it's nice to figure out this is what's happening, and then you figure out why. And that's invaluable. You know what I mean? To be
Doc
able to,
has set our mind at ease
Oh,
at
yeah.
times.
for sure. We've had
So-
panic attacks, and that poor Dr. Coke, I have a panic attack, and I'll catch him right as he's about to go to sleep out on the West Coast. And I'm like, Doc, what's going on? Yeah, this and that, and help us through a few things. But man, it's
to have the peace of mind.
it's always nice, and,
Yeah.
and just not just Doc, but like anybody that's like got some specific information about specific things. I always enjoy hearing that the different aspects, like we mentioned before, getting IPM and shit. So it's fun, but the time goes by so fast, almost out of time.
Yeah, I'm just glad my internet, is holding out long enough to do this morning.
Yes, you did great. I thought so.
You sound good, Puppy.
Yeah.
Coming through good.
I'm so glad you was able to make it, man, because you're part of the team. We don't want to, we want to do it together as much as possible. And I'm just glad you was able to jump in here and spend some time with us, even if, I was going to say, even if you had to shut your feet off there, it would have been, it's just nice to have you guys and everybody in the chat and to grow our love and to try to, that was fun when I heard that those people were getting 6-inch fans, because that's our big thing, is to try to give back, and to see someone get a slight upgrade was pretty cool,
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess
that was pretty cool of them.
Yeah. Shipping problems or something. But anyhow, we're winding down here towards early supper for us. So we're gonna go ahead and if you guys, or if anybody else, you just have anything else you want to go over, any topics or anything?
I don't.
Crack Babies, you're muted there. Hopefully, I know you've been trimming and you're probably ready
He
to
ran
do-
into the canitrol real quick.
Okay. Did he put it in the chat and I missed it or something? Anyhow, I'm sure
No, he said it, but you just missed it. You didn't hear it.
I'm back. Were
Is
you
it
talking to me there? Oh,
Yep.
He's gonna hear me. Hold on.
Yep, we're closing out.
Sorry, I have the speaker on. I could hear you, but I couldn't talk. So what's up? Were you saying something?
Are you
Yeah,
almost-
we're just saying we're closing out. If you had any
Oh,
final
okay.
thoughts or anything.
Yeah. You mean the shout outs there?
Yeah, I didn't know if you had any. I know Doc just left, and I didn't know if there was like some other topic or anything you wanted to go over before we ended the show. And if not, yeah, we can go ahead and get through our shout outs for sure.
Yeah, no, I think we covered all the bases there. It was trim day for me today, so yeah,
And
man.
how are you doing on the trim? Are you almost done, or you have a light at the end of the tunnel before we all go? I'm just curious.
Yeah, I just finished it.
That's awesome.
I just loaded the troll with the last of it, and it just fit on the shelf there. Like it's fucking
Oh,
packed
nice.
tight.
So you're
Every
ready
shelf
for-
has something on it and thick.
That's a good reason to celebrate right there.
Yes, it is. You're ready.
Awesome.
You're ready to get a shower, relax, get some dinner. I know when it's nice whenever the
Awesome.
trimming's done and you're just you can lay down, and sometimes you
got-
got to put the pillow for a while there at the end.
We
I got a
feel-
nice piece of hash too.
Yeah. Start feeling it in your back.
Oh,
Yep.
it's my fingers are so gummy, man. It's like the hash doesn't want it to come off. Like you know what I mean? It keeps sticking to the finger.
That's a good problem to have.
Too gummy. Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw it there.
But
But
yeah,
yeah, man.
without further ado, I guess
So
we
yeah,
can go and do our shout outs if you want. We'll go ahead and start with you, Crack Babies, if you don't mind. It's
yeah. So yeah, man. Crack Babies DWC. Find me here Sundays. We might switch it over to 12 to 4 there. We'll talk about that some more there.
Sure.
Just so we don't overlap with Caribou and all that, and I'll talk
Yeah,
to
you know
them too
what?
there and see.
we can
And,
ask Puffy that right now if he wants it. Are you okay with that, Puff? I guess that's kind
Yeah,
of
Puff, we were discussing that. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if you were here or not there, but thinking about moving it from 12 to 4, just so that we don't overlap with the Caribou Heart, because they start at 9, and that's like just an hour in, right? So
Yeah,
they
yeah,
usually go till
that's-
12 or something like that. So that'd be nice.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, that would
And I'll
actually
send-
give me a little bit of time to get some work done in the garden before the show starts in the morning. So yeah, that's
yeah.
fine with me.
Exactly. And all the West Coasters, well, they'll have an extra,
Yeah.
2 hours to be able to sleep
To
in
wake
before
up.
they come in if they don't want to.
Plus, people won't have to decide on our show or somebody else's show.
Exactly. I don't want to pull. I actually want to watch it. I mean, so I can't if I'm doing mine. So
Right.
Right.
I love Caribou Heart TV and Eagle Gardens and Growing with My Fellow Growers and all these other shows. We want to promote that and Grower Love and all that. So I think
Exactly.
Crack Babies had a great idea to go ahead and switch the time to noon, but we didn't want to solidify that until we ran it past you first, Puffy.
yeah. So if you're
Yeah,
good
that
with
works
it,
for me. Yeah,
Good.
I'm good with it.
okay. So we'll. I guess you're gonna have to change the that graphic there.
Yeah.
More work, Puffy, more work. Damn it.
Oh, it's an easy
But,
change. Take me
yeah.
5 minutes.
Should be good. So we'll change all that up there. So potentially, yeah. So 12 to 4 Sunday after Caribou Heart. And yeah, man, on IG, Crack Babies DWC, Coco for Cannabis and chat there. I'm usually there. And yeah, that's about it.
Thanks,
Love, and thanks to Smut and Crispy for hosting it, and Buffy D as a co-host. Always a pleasure. Glad you can make it.
Right. Yeah,
Right on.
glad I could make it too.
Cheers,
Thank-
chat.
Thank you for coming, Crack Babies. Me and Crispy often say that we could not do this without the two of you guys, and we wouldn't want to. And or with the chat and the following that we're starting to build. So shout out to you for everything and for the knowledge you're spreading around, for the in-depth questions that you guys come up with when like Doc Coco's on or someone's in chat or whatever, which just always seems to have a good flow here with this crowd. And I really appreciate my time here and I enjoy it. So for sure. Puffy D's up next.
Yeah, I'm Puffy D. You find me over at Coco for Cannabis under the same name on IG at Puffy D 1974. Want to thank everybody for showing up today, and Smart, Crispy for hosting. You guys do a great job every week, so I appreciate that. And everybody who shows up in chat every week, we all appreciate that. And yeah, it's just nice to have Dr. NJ show up and drop some knowledge on us, and little known knowledge, and help me out definitely today. So yeah, he is always welcome to come on anytime he wants.
That's for sure.
Yes.
And
Thanks to Doc for showing. Thank you, Doc, for coming.
And on that, and definitely that's for sure, man. I like that you brought that up.
I guess that leaves me next.
Yeah, if he's done, I'm sorry. I got caught up there and started talking to. Go ahead.
Thank you so much to everyone. Chat, Crack Babies, Puffy, Smart, Doc, Helly Doc, everyone that comes every week. And if this is your first time, thanks for stopping in. I feel blessed to be hanging out with all of you. You make learning about this cannabis world fun, and I appreciate everything that everyone brings here. And you can find me here every Sunday and on Instagram and at Cocoa for Cannabis. Crispy Wannabe. Check me out.
Thank you, Crispy.
Thanks.
Cheers, Crispy.
I always say it, I couldn't do it by myself, and you guys are definitely some of the best people I know here in the chat at Cocoa for Cannabis. Shout out to all of our friends in chat over there. Shout out to the Weed Nerd World chat. And like we said, Caribou Heart, all those grower love, the community. That shit, it just appeals to me. And I love doing this. This is where my heart's at. And every Sunday, I enjoy being here, whether it be 12 o'clock, 10 o'clock, whatever. We're going to start this week. Next week, we'll be starting the 12 to 4. I think everybody's on board. I think it's, and then right after our show, Hemp with Gigi has a show at 4 o'clock. So this is a way for us to step on the least amount of toes as possible and kind of situate ourselves to where, in a good spot for everybody. So I like that. Thanks everybody again for showing up. I'm Smart Poker. You can find me on Instagram at Real Smart Poker. You can find me on Cocoa for Cannabis. And if you look in the description below, you'll see a few links to some of the products we use here to save yourself some cash. And we hope everybody will join in next week and smile on your brother, man.